Well, you're missing the
I have.
fun.
I know. Tell me about it. Here, you gotta reenact them for me.
I can't. What's up, babe?
Our internet just flipped.
Oh.
You are green to get some.
I'm doing okay, so.
Yes, but you were considered not streaming. Seconds.
Must be right side. Now it shows up? I think that was all you, bro. Oh, he was right there? Oh, okay. That is horrendous, dude.
I just sprayed him down so. Oh, I feel so horrible.
First blood for me.
Right side back. Our spawn, back, right side.
Got him. Nice call. Nice call out. I would totally miss it. So he's rushing. The other guy decided to rush too, but he rushed a second too slow. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, I'm just gonna sit back.
I'm okay with this.
Never mind. Left side, mid of the map. I was trying to punch him. You were in the way. Were you punching him too? He didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to do. He was so thrown off. Poor guy.
Oh, that was great. Aww. Our
Oh. Yeah, it's fine.
They didn't like me. They didn't like us punching them to death.
No, not one bit. Was that another one of my slides into his headshot? Was that what it was?
I don't think it was a headshot, but
I missed the replay for that.
I'm not peeking that. There's no way I'm peeking that. It's gonna be there. I knew it!
How did you peek it then?
You're the only one left.
Well, to be fair, didn't peek what I thought I was gonna peek. I peeked something else, and then he was there too. Nice kill?
Oh! I'll give him that one. Oh man, if he'd been a second faster, you got a headshot on him. That doesn't matter with this, you know.
No.
Your room.
No.
Oh crap! Almost had his face.
Oh no.
Oh, you died too, didn't you?
No, I'm good. Where's
No,
he?
you're still alive. He's on the left side of their spawn. Snipers in a small spot are just toxic. I can't believe.
Very much so.
Who is it? Who makes Call of Duty? I forget again. They said it early. Infinity.
Activision?
Infinity does.
Oh, Infinity Ward?
Yeah.
I don't know anymore.
It's just you, soldier. Watch your back.
I hate that fail so much.
Hit that round. We've still got
You hate the what?
That fail. This gun. I cannot stand that fail. In this game. Ugh. Too kicky.
Oh, the weapon. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Up top.
I hit him a few times.
Sweet. Oh, my dumbass. He's still to the right. Back in their spawn.
Oh, back in the spawn?
Yeah. Not anymore. They're gonna rush you. He's gonna rush you, yeah. Good job, good job.
maintain
Hey, thanks, man.
This is all calm. Oh, thanks, man.
I'm a calm and collective human being until I die.
Gotta rest in the shot here. Really surprised you to run.
Oh,
Got him.
save me.
Keep up the pressure.
He thought he was gonna kill me with a grenade, so he threw it and ran to you for some reason without confirming that he killed me. It made no sense.
One more and we claim victory.
That's the only reason why I got him.
A lot of things don't make sense, but you know.
Ooh! In the middle. Oh, frick! I expect. I thought he threw the grenade closer. He's still on the right hand side. Oh!
God damn it.
And that slide comes in handy against you.
Yep, that's how it works.
Switching sides.
That's okay. We got this, right? Final round.
Oh, fuck off.
Yes, dude. It's fucking
Alright.
shotgun to the shotties.
You
Middle.
have to solo this, obviously, because
Nice job. Back right. Saw me. Oh, that wasn't sick. Watch this. Ooh.
nice.
That probably pissed him off.
I'd be a little upset. I'd be like, wow, why would you do that?
Oh, they're both on the same team. I didn't even know it was ZJ cool and then JT cool. The small things would have helped them notice. I need to pay better attention.
I mean, does it really help though?
Like, if there were two separate, like they were in chat, like that would make a difference to me because you know there's some miscommunication. So I could come in the back, kill one of them, and go get the other one because the other one wouldn't know where I was at when I killed that guy or afterwards. Because when you die or I die, I sit there and I'll watch your screen and I'll let you know if I see them. You know what I mean? And I'll
Yeah,
call them out
yeah,
where I
that's
die. So
Yeah.
if
That's
they're
true.
separate, then it's like they're SOL. It's kind of like in
Yeah, it's-
League.
Same people.
Is it? Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess somehow the creators of the game heard our call for rematch.
Our pleas of help.
I don't know.
Oh god, it's the same gun! It's a rematch. What?
Oh, dude, they're gonna be so pissed. They're gonna come after me. Watch it. I'm gonna run your side with you, because you know they're coming. There's no way they're not. Dude, you're lagging hard right now.
I know, tell me about it.
Got one of them.
I
Oh,
did not
good
miss my-
job. Nice. Yeah, one shot killed my guy too. Oh, you missed with
missed
the knife.
a lot of it.
Yes. See, he was coming hard for me. Nice. Got the second one.
Nice.
Good teamwork. Good teamwork.
Oh god, high five!
I aired five myself. Okay, there now. No, I didn't. I didn't get left ending.
We have accomplished nothing. Ow.
Oh, bro.
Nice.
Where were they at?
No one else. Complete the
By the
mission.
big stone. By the big rock. Right side.
Oh,
One round means nothing. Prepare to fight.
yeah. Okay, I see. I didn't know how close they were. There's a couple big
Yeah.
rocks, bro.
Yeah.
You guys see that big rock by the trench.
Well, there's a couple of those too.
But there's one on the right side. Versus the left side. Oh, alright. I'm gonna let you take those kills.
Alright, thanks man.
It's, I don't know. I probably should just run around. I feel like my weakness with the gun is like you with your knives. Hits in the knee.
Wait, what?
I said, my ability to...
I get double teamed.
You're all that is
You
left.
got double teamed?
Uh, they're both mid-ish. Mid-ish. Right side.
Oh, you freaking kidding me.
Not yet.
Anywho, your ability with words is nowhere near
No.
the capacity of mine.
I was saying my ability with that gun is questionable. The same way you took
Mine
it.
too. I
Knife
can't
to
use
me.
LMG. They're both my side.
Okay. Took a shot at him. He should be dead. Throw a grenade. Yep. Good job.
Thanks, man. That was close. They almost got me.
Oh, that was. Why was he looking that way?
I don't know. I think he thought I.
Oh, you know what happened? Is I shot him. I got one solid hit on him from that direction, so he was.
Yeah, that might do it. They're probably gonna be in the back.
Oh, they're already throwing grenades. Oh, fuck. I was standing up in plain sight and you saw me. That was smart.
Okay.
Not. He's to the left. Yeah, you see him?
Yep, I saw him.
They're playing different when he goes around.
Well, it's
Sniper
because
rifle,
they
I
got
guess.
snipers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should we match them? I mean, they're still kind of rushing like they did last time, but this time they'll be a little bit smarter about it. It must have been gone right. Oh, to the right. Oh no, they're to the left of you. The right of you. I mean, in front of you.
Make up your mind.
Wow. They're like right in front of you. I don't know how you couldn't see them.
Oh, yeah, I killed that guy.
Yeah, you did. After I died, not before. So I'm a little
My
salty,
bad.
alright? Hey.
Ooh.
Man. Can we just get it off the snipers? That'd be great.
Well, we're off the snipers now.
Alright, thank you.
Oh,
I'm switching to
something
shotgun.
worse.
Got an assist for that. No,
I'm sorry. Oh, you got it. You killed him. I thought
I
you killed
did.
him.
Oh, I thought. I saw 50 points. That's what I saw.
Well, you got the kill, so
Oh. Okay.
high five for you.
High five. To my face, because my hands are busy right now.
They're both right side.
Got him.
Done.
Sorry, that was a real like I wasn't gonna get him. Like it was real iffy there. Cause I missed like
Yeah, you got him.
shot. I came out equal this time. High five.
Nah, you can do that yourself.
That's what I just did. That's my high five to myself. A pat on the back. My
I
shoulder.
haven't pat myself on the back since middle
Try
school.
to pet your head and rub your belly in the opposite direction. And you're
You
really
try to
really
do
done.
things that shouldn't be stream appropriate.
Have you tried to rub your head and pat your belly?
I do that when I get really nervous. Not really.
I'm failing at it right now. And thanks for playing with me. This has been awesome. I've been having lots of fun. I have
Oh,
no
me
clue
too,
how
man.
long I've been on, though.
I
I
don't know.
think Fox went to bed.
It's just us
Adam
now.
was off doing something. Oh, who are we playing?
And
right
when
now?
I
Okay,
don't know.
4 hours,
Randoms.
47.
4 hours. Okay. Thanks, baby.
Oh no, I'm lagging.
Stop lagging. Oh, freak! Ooh,
I just get an
nice.
assist?
No, you shouldn't have got.
Oh.
No, see, I thought I got assist earlier. I was like, over to the side. I just killed the guy.
I was 99% sure it said
Ass-
100 points assist, and I'm like, well,
Whoa,
shit.
that's rough. Oh, fuck, he's right to the left. Good job. Oh, He should be dead. Why is he not dead? Now he's dead. Hey, Jess, let's go. Get dunked on? Oh yeah, dunked down. That should have been a clippable one, but I already have one earlier that I clipped.
Move in.
So
You just gotta clip everything.
clip
it all.
everything. Yeah, why not? What's that, babe?
What am I cooking?
Me jumping on a guy.
Oh, they're coming.
Oh, I just threw a grenade. I mean, a knife. Oh, got both of them. Oh, what the?
Nice.
What was that? What? I shot him earlier, but like, I didn't expect both of them to show up in my face.
They thought you were AFK probably.
No, they probably got pissed I dunked on them earlier. That's probably what it was. Let's be honest.
Yeah, very possible.
Nice. Ooh, right there, dude. He's in the open. Are you gonna kill him or what?
I'm trying. I hate this
Just
revolver.
throw a knife at him.
option.
Just throw a knife at
I
him.
don't have any.
Oh, why did you use all your knives?
War wins.
Hey, Jess, how you doing, man? This is freaking Duncan. Mortal Kombat. That's my retro gaming. Play retro music while retro gaming. I mean,
Is that what that was?
Call of Duty. What's that, babe?
Is that a double kill barrel with your single shot? When you did this one, and you got the round kill.
Yeah,
Is that a double?
it was a double.
No, I took a kill. Salty.
Kill?
Come toward-
Oh, behind the container. The blue container, sorry.
Oh.
Take a breath. We're
Yep.
going back
Dude,
in.
what were you doing, man? We could have shut them down like 6-0, but you're like, here, let me.
You know, I don't,
Prior to this.
I don't know what I was doing.
What's that, babe?
You didn't get the one prior to this. That was correct.
No, that's fine. The dunking one? Yeah, I expected it already. It was too late. I already had one earlier, so that's why I was like, not hurting. The right side? There, he tagged me.
Ow, I hit him a lot.
I said, ow. You hit me a lot.
Ow,
That must-
I hit him a lot. Yes.
Kinda messed me up there. I was hoping you would call out where they were.
No, that's my call out. Ow, I hit him a lot.
Frick, dude. I'm not playing games with you anymore.
Wow, I'm so sorry. Are you proud of me, Dad?
Middle. Container. Oh, I fucked up. Might be in the container? No, it's outside of it. Behind you.
I'm not. Oh wait, he's in the container.
Yep.
My
Good job.
accuracy. Oof. Don't look
Not
bad accuracy.
I had terrible accuracy. I should have killed him. You should have been dead. I loaded clip, whatever I had left in my clip, and it wasn't. It didn't go in. It didn't do what I wanted to do.
It did what I wanted it not to do.
Yeah,
Do
pretty
not.
much. Where's it? Where are they at?
That's
Terrible
there's
range.
one left side.
Fuck, they got us. Yeah, I was focused on the other guy and he got me from the left side. I thought his other buddy got me, to be honest. So they're both back there. They're both on both sides. Now they're right. Just on to the right.
10 seconds.
They're going up. There he is. You see him? Yeah, that's my accuracy
Accuracy, please.
earlier. Oh, nice! High five for that, bro.
We did it.
This is who we are.
Gotcha, man.
Just barely in time. I went 5 for 5. Ooh. Guns.
I like shooting people in the toes. I've realized they're young.
Toes, knees, the ankle.
I especially like the. That's one I really like.
Hey, gunfight is a good way to unlock a bunch of things. You just keep playing gunfight,
Just
and you
randomly,
like,
yeah.
unlock all the guns. That's probably what I should do is go to the barracks real quick and see if I have something unlocked. Not unlocked, but freak. I don't want to get rid of this. Oh, I guess you can. It'll bring it back, but
Uh-oh, I think my game froze.
no. We're at the docks. I need you to do it for this one. I'm not gonna survive without you, man. Oh,
Well, my game froze.
never mind. You're not here at all, and
Uh-oh.
it's just me. It's just me. That's-
You got
it's
this.
just me.
I believe in you. Good luck.
Don't do this to me, man. Don't do this to
Just
me.
back out, it's okay.
It's okay, dude. Just-
You know the drill.
I'll just wait and see if you show up, you know? Oh, lost the first round. It's so messed up, dude. Here, let me see if I can 1v2 him real quick, and then hop in. Unless you can hop back in, that would be amazing. But
I
promises.
can try, I don't think it'll let me.
got him.
I believe in you. You got this.
Where is he? Hear him.
Yeah, it doesn't let me join. Gun game.
Oh, that sucks.
Gunfight. Jesus.
Objective in play. Control it. We're on the objective.
Oh, bro! I did it! I actually 1v2 them. I should have not won that. You're watching the stream right now?
Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah. Okay.
Are you gonna do the entire game with him?
Yeah, why not?
Alright.
As I lose.
We've got work to do.
You take a break. I need to break.
Just gonna
Not
watch
you.
the stream, you know.
Oh, King Fergie, what's up, man? What's going on? Dude, I checked out your stream. I didn't see you live, so to see what's going on. Another time, another point. I saw them both, and I couldn't figure out what I want to go for first. Yo, King Fergie, how's your night been, man? How's Dead by Daylight been doing? Yeah, I just wanted to check out your stream first and make sure, you know. Ah! Oh,
Take it back.
dude, this is gonna be quick. This is gonna be quick. They're gonna freaking come. They're just gonna keep nailing me. I think they finally figured out, like, later on that it's not the two of us anymore.
It's not fair.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Oh! Yeah, I'm just gonna die. Like, I missed that grenade toss. I was like, I'm gonna die. I'm just gonna leave it there. I'm never gonna mess with it. Did he hop out the window to get me? I don't even know.
Sights.
Matching point, switching sides. Now they're switching sides? Oh, I'm scared.
Stay alive.
Yeah, I might want to just camp back here for right now. Never mind. I'm just gonna give him the kill.
TV, move out.
Bro. King Fergie being peeking in. Alright. F7. Never happening. Are you already, like, in the lobby ready, or?
Yeah. Well,
No, you mean a party.
I'm in a. I can't invite you in the lobby.
Oh.
Man, I guess.
Sometimes,
so-
well, yeah, sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. Let's hit and miss, you know? Hey guys, I know King Fergie's stopping in here. Jess stepped in for a second. Hope you guys are doing fine. How's your day? How's the grinding been? Surprised Jess is up. Probably he's having a hard time sleeping right now.
Why docs again?
Cause you had to hop out of the game there, cause you know.
Capture the overtime flag to win.
It's like, hey, I know you don't like the map and you didn't get to enjoy it, so here you go.
Just so you know, we have a shotgun, by the way.
Yeah, I see that.
All right.
I wish I didn't see it, but I see it.
It just shot me. It's rude. We just started this game. All right. Chill out. Oh, I wasn't far enough back. They got me. You got one on the left, and you just got your butt blown up.
The next
I'm
round.
good, dude. How are you? I'm doing fine, man. I'm doing pretty good. I'm freaking just getting my butt killed on here. And enjoying the butt kicking and the kicking butt.
Mainly
yeah,
just, getting...
just mainly getting butt. You know, I hear a lot of judgment coming from Lyric right now. That's the guy in chat.
You're all that's left. Accomplish the mission.
I'll take that kill.
Oh, that's what happened.
Oh, what the heck?
Take it off. Focus up for
Did
the
you see that?
Oh
Dude,
yeah, no, I
did you
definitely-
see that?
Yep.
I shot him, and he got his. What?
Yep.
Over the same distance.
Gotta,
kill them.
yep. Gotta love those hit markers.
The secondary is a pistol. They both went right. And they got you too. I don't know how accurate they were with that. That was ridiculous. See what I'm talking about though? I like the AK-47. Hey, King Fergie, you been playing in COD at all? I know I saw that you're playing Dead by Dead lately. Can't wait to catch one of your streams. I saw one go left. One's right. Well, it was nice knowing you, dude. Thanks for
Not
the
right.
assist. Thank.
That was
I got
definitely a
double teamed.
soundboard.
I did a, say what? Ooh. What did I say?
I think you mean ooh. I think you mean ooh woo. Okay.
I can't remember.
Job.
I don't remember what I said. Oh,
Uh,
yeah, ask
it's,
King Fergie if he played some COD. And I'm going to try to catch him. Ooh, his fist. That's the cuff spade. Let's fist it. Oh, got one shot in. Oh. Man. When's the shield when you need it like Destiny? Oh.
Ah, that first one
That
should
was,
have hit.
yeah, it should have, but
10
it
seconds.
wasn't the ankle or the knees, so you gotta watch it. You got the other guy already, didn't you? Yeah, let's see. Oh, you're welcome.
Let's send them home.
I shot him once in
What?
the chest.
Oh. Thanks, man.
That's why he was so easy to kill. Yeah.
Okay.
That or the knife actually did hit him and just didn't kill him. You know what I mean?
Knife is one shot, so that's not the case, sadly.
Dude, I'm trying to give you more credit, man. Take it.
Aw, thanks.
Oh, what the heck? I just like randomly jumped off my box here. I'm offended.
Wow. I shot him once, so
You're the last one, Kovari.
it's on the bridge.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm fucked.
You're good.
10
You're
seconds.
good. You're good. You're not good.
Stop saying I'm good, dude. I'm trying to focus. And you're like,
I was
you're
trying to
good.
you.
You're good. This guy's trying to uppercut me from behind. I like that slow mo. Ooh. Take a couple fists to the face. Oh, you freaking kidding me? I shot first. Come on. Dude, that was unholy. There's no way. I called cheats on these guys. Hacks. There's no way they should be hitting us so accurate from that distance if I pulled the trigger
what?
first.
That's called the mouse and keyboard, my dude.
Dude, I'm a mouse and keyboard and I shot faster. I was shooting before I even made it around. I felt like. Oh well. No problem. Freaking crazy. Oh, man, I will figure out how to get rid of these damn cubes. Somehow. Some way. There's something I'm missing. that I need. Oh, I found it. I found one of the things. What is it? It's an attachment. Optical. Ooh, it's a scout optic. Okay, that's one of them. Let's see what the other ones are. Oh, there's still more. Son of a gun.
I'm gonna definitely have to
oh.
mute my mic every time I type on this. I can already tell.
Type on what?
It's gonna be so loud. Ready?
I mean, it's loud, but it's not that bad.
It's pretty loud.
I've heard worse, dude. I feel like my keyboard's worse.
Debatable.
See, can you hear that?
Yeah, I can hear it, but I mean, mine just
Yeah,
sounds like a
yours is a
rapid
little loud.
typewriter.
But I use a filter to keep it down, so at least tried to keep it down to filter out some of the noise. Did not save anybody from Maple squeaking earlier. It was bad. But hey, King Fergie, if you want to see Maple, let me know. I'll bring him out. Bring out the gorgeous Corgi. I was telling the guys and everyone that we went to Corgi Halloween and Corgaween. It was freaking amazing. I was dying. It was beautiful. If you can check out the VOD, VOD, I had a blast. We had Maple dressed up as a dinosaur. There was a Pikachu puppy there.
Oh,
like
Doug
he's.
the
what a
Corgi
five.
was the one that was running around that was dressed up like Maple.
Oh,
That was
really?
Doug the
Oh,
Corgi.
his name's Doug. Okay.
So I've been following him a lot lately,
Oh.
but I didn't know how big he was.
I've seen him before.
Yeah,
I've
he
seen
doesn't
him.
look that
No,
big.
no, no. I've seen him. He's been at one of the events before.
Did not look that big.
But like,
Eliminate
yeah,
those
no,
enemies
I've
to
seen
capture
him.
the overtime
This
flag
chick's-
win.
So she just got raided, right?
Yeah.
By Ant. And we're sitting here, and she goes from like 100 people in chat to like
Secondary weapon
800 people in chat.
You know the job. Do it.
That was funny.
Dude, they both must have gone left. Nope. There's one over here on me.
Ow.
Dude,
That was very nice.
hurting yourself.
Sorry, I just like it so much.
Oh, should just hip shot that. I don't know why I didn't. Oh, I hate when I make moves that like hindsight 2020. I could have done better, you know.
Yeah, 2 seconds later, you're like, oh yeah, you know, I shouldn't have done what I did, but you know, you
Yeah,
don't
you
learn
just
from
don't.
mistakes and you do it again.
Pop. Oh, I had him in sights. You got that though. He's at the top.
Yeah, I don't.
He's on our side top. But oh, to the left.
Ow.
You were screwed. There was one behind you and one in front of you. What, Beba?
Time to
Oh my god, I just tried to use words and none of them worked.
Oh, dude, King Fergie's never played COD. Or mostly Siege and Apex. Dude. See if I
You're
can
not missing
convert
out.
you. Just kidding. No, you're not really missing out.
COD's was pretty. Yeah.
Pretty in.
Pretty.
Back right. Stunned him. There's one below me. Where I was standing, if you remember.
fight for it. Keep at 'em.
Yeah,
Yeah. I've never played Rainbow Siege, King Fergie, to be honest. I think Siege looks fun. I never had the money to buy it yet.
I
because
like the
I wasn't-
Rainbow Six franchise.
It's better. What are you shooting at?
The guy in the spawn.
Oh.
I hit him quite a bit. Oh! I'm sorry. That was rude of
died?
me. No, he died. I threw a Molotov across map and killed him. He's in his left side.
Oh, I shot him.
Stay focused. The next round is out.
Nice call out.
I always like Rainbow Siege when they're like, you know, have to get the hostage. I think that's my favorite watching of Rainbow Siege, but otherwise, not a big fan. I don't know why. I think it's just because I never got into the Rainbow Six in general. Oh crap! Oh, I blew myself up. Oh,
Hey.
bro. Alright, he was in the middle. I can't call those. They usually used for FODs. FOBs. Forward operating base. To the left. There you go. Good job, Joe. Bro, it's back into the game. For how long? We'll see.
Lost penguin trying to figure out where to go.
Why did my body just do a flop behind you? Did you see that? On the replay cam?
No, I totally missed it.
Dude, this guy's wicked accurate with his fucking pistol. One on top. Oh, did he kill his own guy? No, it only killed me.
What?
Pick it up.
Huh.
Yeah, that's brutal.
I thought
Watch
I
this.
shot him more than... But...
Enough. But
Yeah, I could have swore I shot him enough, but I guess not.
Switching sides.
That sucks.
I know.
Take this round.
This match is kind of taking it hard on me right now. I'm gonna cry, guys.
I feel that.
For you?
Yeah.
How much do you feel that? You freaking
100%.
kidding me? Oh, he saw me,
You know-
came back. I threw a grenade behind him, literally behind him.
Yeah.
Reset the tempo. Keep it up next
And
round.
alright, I gotta get back in this. I can't be behind like this. I have 0 kills right
me.
now, 0 to 7.
I'm dying.
No, you're gonna continue to die. I ranked
Anything
up.
but that.
They both went left, I think.
Wow. You know, the one's going right under the stairs.
One, Tovarish.
Okay.
Finish the job.
Oh, fuck. Where
Well,
did he go? How many times do I have to shoot him?
Enough.
10 seconds.
Right there.
Oh! Yikes! 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 Usually that works, you know.
Mount.
I'm honestly I mounted on purpose because I was hoping, but I should have known
You
better.
should've
This
just
shotgun is not. This
God.
the shotgun is not the greatest. Cause you saw the other guy, right? I saw him like 3-4 times before he finally died. I was just like,
I think that I don't know. I can't really. You weren't shooting fast enough, to.
yeah, I wasn't shooting fast enough. That's the problem.
You see, if you would have shot it in less time, you know, then less bullets would have came. Well, I guess the same amount, but.
You were going fine there, and then you lost me, man.
Well, see, then I realized, hey, wait, this doesn't sound right.
I'm happy you realized that the last time.
I'm not.
Sometimes we both have these big brains, but in the end we're just like a piece of cardboard.
I've never had a big brain.
So yeah, I like how on key you just agree with me, like without knowing what I was actually saying. You're just like, yeah,
Eliminate
I've never been in a big brain.
the overtime flag to win.
So you just agreed with me. You're just a cardboard brain. That's fine.
Yeah. I don't like that fail.
Sweep and clear. Move.
I got down the middle. And they're still waiting up top.
They're both in spawn.
You're the last. Fight or die.
Or they were. I mean, I don't know where they went now.
Oh, what gun is this for using? That is it a single shot?
Yeah, it's single shot. I fail. I do that with the FAMAS a lot. I'll be like, oh, here we go, and I shoot it, and I'm like, oh, this is a burst. Welp.
Yeah, this is single. Semi-automatic fire. Dude, you're lagging again?
I'm always lagging. Doesn't mean I can't get kills, so ha ha ha.
Good job.
This is the way. On to the
Good
next
job.
round.
GG, bro. Young Paz fool, y'all boy. What?
Show them
What
what
are we?
to
Who
do.
are we playing against? On Wipeout.
It's young Fuzi boy.
Young Fuzzy boy. One in the middle. Oh, he's in the middle still. In the back. Hey. They must have aim assist on. Let me turn aim
Oh
assist
my
on. 'cause
god, my
Apparently
accuracy.
my aim assist isn't on.
Well, for mouse and keyboard, I don't think you should have aim assist. That's more for controllers.
Doesn't matter now.
mean,
It's good.
You
You're
can
probably
have it
right.
on. I just don't. I've always heard not to have it on for mouse. I don't know. You can try it. What's up?
You freaking kidding me? Oh, they got you too? Damn. That was
Yeah.
brutal. Well, hello. You just threw your gun there.
Oh, an EBR. Oh boy.
This is your favorite gun right here?
No, for sure not.
Got first blood. One's on the right.
It's
He's
right.
moving
Yeah,
left.
right side.
He just rushed me.
Ow.
Oh, you freaking kidding me. I was right behind him shooting him, man. Damn.
Feels
I,
bad.
look, I know you don't know League, but it's freaking hilarious. There's one guy named Tyler. Low Tyler.
Mm-hmm.
Oh crap, got me. On the left side.
Ah, he's in this
Where
one.
is it? Oh!
Confidence grows.
How the hell did he get me with that? That was brutal. Gets you. Runs. I slide. He shoots me in the chest
low?
though. Yeah, I just slid into him as I always do. You know how I am. But he shot me in the chest that time. He didn't shoot me.
Yeah, but were you low on health?
No. Oh wait, fuck yeah, it was. Yeah, I forgot. Oh, I'm out again.
GG.
So apparently my ability of being able to focus has gone down. Oh well. I'm gonna be one of those gamers.
All the time, so.
Yeah.
I'm too old for this shit.
So. Dude, not at all. Not old enough. I'm not old
I feel
enough.
like I'm 50 playing a game for children. Help.
That's how I feel when I
All
play
these kids have-
Fortnite. When I play Fortnite, I'm like, oh.
They all have these quick aims and stuff that I don't have anymore.
I'm a boomer.
Okay, boomer.
Yes, that's my name. Figure it out.
Look, it's War Chief Cry.
That's his name.
Yeah, that's his name, and his clan tag is haha.
Who's the other guy with him?
Something. I don't know.
Oh look, it's our favorite map.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, guys, it's our favorite map. Oh, what's our favorite weapon?
Captures the overtime flag.
Alright, I'm gonna jump off the map now. See you later.
It's in my head. I was so ready to go with you. I'm like so down. Well, I came your way for no fucking reason.
He's kinda low. I shot him quite a few times.
Yeah, he backed off. Right, left side. Back up where you were at. You got me. I'm pretty low. You took one guy out. Sweet. Is it left side?
Secures that objective.
Where's he at?
We're on the objective. Secure
I have
the
no
area.
idea. Oh, we won.
Got the objective. Took
All right.
the win.
My
Good
fault.
job.
Well done.
GG.
Oh, look.
That was impressive. How the hell did he get there?
I cornered him like a rat, and then I threw a stun grenade, and it didn't hit him, and I was like, he's in the corner. He's sitting there, so I ran in and I I meleeed him.
I stunned him.
Ow.
Where's the other guy? What the hell is he
I
doing?
don't know. It's probably near a spawn, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I thought so too, but
Objective on the field.
I don't know.
Go get it.
Oh, there's.
oh, should have jumped.
Fight. Get
Rookie should have jumped. It's like this bullet's whizzing by your face. Slow mode. What are you doing, by the way? Like floundered in front of the truck for a second.
Yeah, man. I'm practicing my my death. My death.
Yeah, you were doing fine there until you yeah, you just you know.
Till I died.
And
You
much
were
what?
doing fine until you died.
10 seconds.
These guys do not like to push or anything. Just like to sit around.
Objective
I
on
mean, I don't blame them, but protect
Okay.
me.
We're up in
Yeah, dude, get him. Get him, dude. Nice.
I got him. Barely won. My accuracy on point. That's a joke. If I've ever seen one.
You did better than I did, because I freaking was shooting his ass and it wasn't happening. I'm just gonna camp here, you know. Forget the game, guys. They push really slow. Maybe I don't mind slow pushing, but they're like slow.
Oh, he's
Ooh,
on the left
where
side.
is he at?
Near the rocks. Near the wall. Left side near
Oh,
wall.
left side, my. Got him.
Good job.
Nice. Got shot. And everything's in slow mode.
Ooh, it's
Ooh, Scar. Have I used the Scar? Have we used the Scar since we've been playing?
No, no, we haven't.
Well, how am I supposed to kill
shotgun.
people? That's... Oh, you got a shotgun? That's so... so messed up. They weren't even ready. They didn't know how to react. The one guy ran towards you like he had a plan, but he didn't have a plan.
Don't worry.
If he would have known you were using a shotgun, he would have stayed the hell back. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. I meant to left click and then right instead.
Look, now they're using shotgun. So cute.
I know, right? I got you though.
They give me.
Ooh, M2 carbine.
I like MP5.
To the left.
Oh, right. Middle near trench. He's running spawn.
Oh, you freaking kidding me? I shot him twice. 3 times. Watch this. Kills you. Boom, 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 boom. Up, not enough. Not enough to do it. I should have stuck with the M5. I made him error. Ooh, dude.
Ow.
They both over there?
Last. Fight.
Nah, one's left, one's right.
Dude, oh, I was gonna say their accuracy suck because they missed me. I'm just another boy. Denied. Nice. The original 12 shotgun. Interesting.
He's coming around.
Oh. Oh. Did I get him?
Stay hungry.
No.
Did I get the kill for that?
From
No, no,
You
no.
did?
I killed him.
Oh, good job. I blew the claymore up as, not claymore.
Yeah,
the
I seen that, and I was. And then he died, and I was like, oh.
Takes this, we take it all.
So
And none of my 1911 shots were hitting for some reason, so I was like, oh no.
I was hitting him with the shotgun, and I was getting nothing. His right side again. Oh, I just did suicide. Nice. Thanks, Larry.
No!
Their confidence grows. Use it against
I tried.
That's good, Joe. That's good. Hey, Maple, how you doing? Guys, special guest on stream, the Maplenator,
this one. Let's push.
the Baconator, the Dragonator, the Corgi and flesh and blood. Because I want you guys to know he's still very much flesh and blood.
He's very much fur and blood. Don't know how much
Fur
that
and
is
blood?
flesh. But extra
Hey
fur.
guys, I'm gonna post up on this tree here. You guys think this is a safe position? Or should I like fall back, you know? All seriousness, man.
10 seconds.
What? I'm trying. What? Are you talking to me?
Oh, dude.
Oh.
I was totally not talking to you, dude. I was just talking in general, man. And you're like, here, let me take Ty seriously. This one moment. This one crucial moment.
I was like, what is he on about?
What?
And then I look
Play
up,
your game out.
like, dead.
Good job on your falling back.
Am I falling back? I
You
was
should have fallen back.
joking the whole entire time.
No, you should have fallen back.
Joking the whole entire
No.
time.
No, you're not.
I was serious. I was like, hey, you guys, should I post up on this tree or, you know, or should I just fall back? And
I
then,
know, I
like,
was listening to them.
yeah, that's when I was at the tree, Sam. At the tree, alright?
I was watching you. You're acting like I wasn't.
Oh, yeah, will you do me a favor, though?
No.
You love me, right? You give me some water. Actually, that works. I'm fine with
You better fucking be fine.
that. Higher, higher. Jeez.
No.
You higher.
Eliminate
not
all
me.
enemies or capture the overtime flag to win.
Stop moving.
I'll be
I'm
right
trying
back,
to
one
pour maybe.
Whoa, you see to be right back? Dude, you're gonna die. Not ready for this.
Sweep and clear. Move.
Mommy! Oh, frick. My fingers don't want to move. Oh, just wasting my stuff. Fuck me.
Alright, I'm back.
Peter,
Yeah,
you
you're dead
asked it
now.
on stream.
To the left, dude. Who's over there yet? Good job. Good job. Nice, nice. Clean up, team.
No!
They're making
I said clean up team. Hey, what's up, John? What's going, Zenith? How's it going, man? Welcome to the stream team. What are you gonna play tonight, dude? You gonna stream a bit or you chill? And nah, I'll just leave it at that. All the questions can wait later. You're freaking kidding me? I shot him almost. Oh man. Just finished your panels in the inbox. Yo, awesome, bro. I hope you had some good sleep. Thank you for letting me know the panels are in.
Oh no, oh no. No,
Dude, they like. That was just a flesh wound, dude. Why did he die, man? Watch this. Boom, see? Flesh wound.
Yeah, flesh wound.
Get shot by shotgun. Flesh wound. Rocket launcher to the kneecaps. Flesh wound. Paper cut. Nah, bro, you're gonna die. I'm sorry. That's amputee right there.
Treehouse left side.
The struggle buff. John. The struggle.
Oh, just got stunned. Oh. Okay, still safe. I like how like I act in real life, how it felt to get stunned. The whole entire time it wasn't me. First blood. Guy in the middle. Oh! Seriously? I started smashing keys. I'm streaming Rust again for like 4 hours, like 12-hour notice. I have a 12-hour notice PT test in the morning. You better run 4-hour stream. You guys pull another 12. That was freaking crazy, dude. I was like cheering you on because it was like an inverted 12-hour
Like
stream.
it wakes up the next morning. Oh look, John's streaming. No, he hasn't gotten off
I,
streaming.
right? I was like, damn.
Well, shit.
Oh, good job. Good job.
Keep up the pressure.
Dude, are
Got
you
him.
ready for the PT test though? You hydrated? Get hydrated? You ready to take it on like Mortal Kombat? So you're not. You're not gonna do it. Just pull out. Pull out while you still don't have the baby. What's up, he said? He's not ready.
It is left to you. Get it done.
I can't see crap. The recoil is so bad.
Back in.
Big L day. Big lose day. What do you mean lose that weight? Or lunch, more like. Big lose your lunch. That's correct. That's the correct answer to that. Oh, great.
Left side.
Ooh. Oh, this freaking. They're by me.
Use your weapon. We're not finished yet.
Mm-hmm.
I did
I
everything.
hate that. I cannot use the AK.
I don't like that AK.
Cannot.
The other AK we're using, whatever mods it was or
Just
what
had a
AK
cat-
it was.
just had a red dot. I can't. The red dot's fine. Iron sight.
The iron sight's killing me.
Yeah. No. It is.
It was popping up so bad.
All right.
Where's he at?
You see him? No. I don't know.
Behind me? Is he? Oh.
Yeah, he is. He's down.
Is he?
Down below.
Oh, okay.
10 seconds.
Wow. Hit me from that far with a shotgun?
Yep. Sounds about right. Oh, you freaking kidding me. I missed my first shot on him. And then the second shot was him. Yeah, see? Missed. I popped it where I thought he was going. And not working villages.
Oof.
Yeah. Real oof.
How are we gonna get a comeback though? That's the real question. I don't
What are
think
we-
so.
I don't
But
know, man,
maybe.
we're freaking- Maybe. Come on. Seriously? Dude, he can't shoot
One round.
at that moment. Like, he was panicking. He was shooting back and forth. Nice. Alright, we can get this comeback. Come on, we can do this. Alright, guys, I won't be responding to chat. I am in the game right now.
Oh, lost. I can't use the Uzi.
Oh, dude, come on, man. You got the Uzi. This even got a red dot sight on it this time. Oh, I lied. I can't use the Uzi.
Well, I got one of them.
The objective
GG.
is lost. We are not.
GG indeed. Oh, I almost killed him.
Yeah, you almost killed him. Almost counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. You ever hear that saying? Anybody ever hear that saying?
I haven't.
Very
Yeah.
often.
Very often.
He has got a thing about licking me tonight.
It's
I
in
went
the
into the
tattoo.
bedroom
It's
to go
delicious
change my
looking.
shirt, licked my whole leg while I was changing.
Maple's licking Sam's leg. Hey,
You good?
he just wants attention and love. I don't know how long I'm gonna go. I'm having way too much fun at the same time. Ooh, look, it's your favorite spot, King. You know they're coming out with another series of maps. They have like 33 of them or so set up, but they have more. They have like variances of the maps that are already here.
I already took him out.
Is that really him?
Yeah.
Eliminate our enemies or capture the overtime
Why?
to win.
I don't really smell him at the moment.
Oh. He just keeps wafting it up to me then. Unless that's his breath.
It
Which
might be his breath.
is highly plausible.
Whatever it takes. Do it.
Nice. Where's the other guy at?
I'm not sure.
'Cause that was my guy.
10
Maybe
seconds.
mine was back left or right.
Yeah, he's
Still
still back.
is.
You got. Damn it, man!
Sorry.
Let's not gonna assist for that.
It's awful. Look at that accuracy. I'm trying to hit the goddamn.
No, you're fine. I shot him. I was about to get the headshot on him, and then you're like, "Here, let me take the last 2 shots on him." Oh, top, right in front of you. Good job, good job. You got grenades. Oh, nope, never mind. Stun him. I was gonna say stun that box. Blah, blah, blah.
Get ready for the next one.
Yeah, good job.
I hate people that melee so much in this game.
Dude, why don't you become the one that melee? And then they can hate you.
Because my melee button isn't easy to reach for me.
Mine's not. I mean, mine's semi-easy. Watch out from the left side. Oops. Did you just kill somebody?
Spawn. Our spawn. Yeah, I killed one.
Our
The other
spawn.
one was in our spawn. Yeah, our spawn. He's probably already moved. He was down below.
10 seconds.
Oof.
Taking the objective.
Lay down. Ah.
Captured it in time. Oh, so close. But I
That was
have a predict
close.
his movements though. He ran into the box.
your side.
Yeah.
Good job.
Oh, that was so close. I didn't know it had smoke grenade. I thought it was a stun, or he would have been stunned.
You just chucked a smoke at him? Good job.
Green light.
Me or him?
You!
Oh, yeah, I thought it was a stun. So I chucked it at him earlier. Before he ran across.
That's funny.
You got him? Okay, good job.
Got the gun.
Oh, he's right here, back here. Spawn. He's still going upstairs. Yep, there's to the left. Now, gosh, you're lucky he didn't see you, dude. That was so freaking
Yeah, no
close.
kidding.
I don't know where the tunnel vision he was thinking he was doing.
He's playing on a very tiny monitor.
Apparently. I don't see our dude yet. My dude, my left dude. That must be your side then? Nope. Got him. Nice job.
Nice.
Cleaned him up.
Keep them
Nice
moving.
clean up.
I think I slid into his dick and shot him.
Yeah, he did. And he was full on sprint, so he couldn't even stop. He decided to teabag you, and you decided to take it. It's fine.
Go for the knockout.
I just,
got it.
you know.
Got them both.
Good job. Yeah, I hit him with the car.
Back to you.
The car. You just throwing cars at people?
Okay. Yeah, yeah. You know, very big, large trains too. I want to make you
you
giggle
can't
all
type
over
with your left hand.
yourself in water.
Stop.
It's wet with nail polish, so I was holding this with one and trying to type with this, and not paying that much attention. And it was just terrible.
I usually do like one finger at a time if need be, but I don't
Yeah,
know.
I just fucked up all the words.
Like I'm like semi ambidextrous, so I can run things different. Like, I have a harder time with my left for some things, but ooh, look at this. We got. Oh man, I bet Taub is hating his life right now.
Eh? Oh no, not the docks. Anything but the docks.
I know. Hey, you guys are want to watch play any other games? Let me know. Man, I know Jess came in. He might have just gone to sleep. He may have passed out or something. I know King Fergie was up in here. He's freaking amazing. He's helping out with Destiny the other day. Oh shit! Did you give him a shout out? Fucking messed up. King Fergie. Oh, freak Motab. Watch your right when you get out. My right side of me. He was underneath the bridge. There he is. Good job. What's up, babe?
So I can give him a shout out.
Yeah, why not? If he's, I don't know if he's still in chat. But... Still bad, cause still gotta check out his stream. I don't know if he's streaming right now. I think he usually is. They're both my side. I got you got one of them. I got another one. That's the only way. Yep. I got one of them. You got the other one.
I headshot him with the sniper.
Oh, we have a sniper.
Yeah, we had.
A sniper.
It wasn't a true sniper. We had an ACOG, or a holographic. I hit him a couple.
Oh, I hit him a couple times on the left. If you want to hit the guy on the right, that'd be easy. Yeah, he's right there. Nice. Yeah, he might be coming across the bridge.
It looks so shitty on top.
Oh, dude, I thought I saw him on the bridge just now. Oh, there he is. My bad. That was a nice one right there. Nice job.
He tried to melee me again.
Yeah, he did. He hit you in the groin instead. If he hit you in the groin, I don't know if he killed you first. I made a stupid mistake of posting up on him, hoping I could hit somebody with a freaking pistol. Did you just kill my guy?
Yeah, no, there's one left still, I think. They were both trying to go left, that's what happened.
Oh. Okay, well, he's not up here. Where is he then?
No, I don't know.
He's in the gutter, isn't he?
I don't see him. Oh no, I'm getting lagged. Stop. Head lag back.
He's up the stairs. Sorry, I just may have fucked you up just now. Good job. You're like taking all the kills.
That.
Oh.
Find them and kill them.
A fail.
Oh, I'm almost dead. That fucking sucks. Ooh, bro.
Oh no.
Oh, you freaking kidding me? I was already low health, that's why. Kind of shot me in the knee. Watch. Boom! Ankle, my bad.
Came around pre-firing. That's scally.
I was already pre-firing myself, so I'm surprised. He got off what he did.
That one?
Nice. Oh! Saw the other one. He's still very, very much alive. Alright. This is like... Lyric is like, I'm just gonna kill everybody. I'm going down.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I know what I'm talking
Oh.
about. What's talking about. Hey, look, it's your favorite weapon, right?
Yeah, because I get spawn sniped every time with it.
Oh, did you? I didn't know you got spawn sniped. That was
did too.
unfair. Oh, they got us both. Oof.
Mhm. Yeah, I'm just gonna run. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
stay this spawn.
Oh, they try to freaking snipe me again.
That one?
Nice. You wanna get the other one too? Oh, he got me. Yo, the game is glitching. It didn't even look like his gun was pointing at me. It was like downwards. See? Even though he shot me and killed me.
Huh.
Talk
Oh,
about
yeah, I
some.
see that.
Why? Oh, I was like, what's that? Yeah, why's my delay on my game so bad right now? My stream, I mean.
Oh, I don't know. Running smooth though, so I wouldn't touch it.
Yeah.
Let it just stay this way.
I gotta take rid of this. What is this at the bottom? Why is this showing up? It's weird. Oh, you know, that's the overlay.
What time is it? Almost 3. Oh.
Gunfight.
You said almost 3? I was like, what? No, wait,
Capture the overtime flag.
I forgot you're ahead of me. Yeah, it's okay. Like how it says overtime flag, it shows where it's at, but when you look at it, it's not physically there until like that time shows up. I'm going left
Yeah.
because,
Claim your prize.
you know, I can hate right. Oh, he's left. Back the barrels. Man, why are you carrying me so hard today, dude? Like, right there? Oh, what the? How did you kill him?
Very precisely.
Oh, okay. It looked to me like you're farther left, but that hitbox
Yeah.
was really
Yeah, the
delayed.
hitbox. Yeah, the hitbox was a little off, but yeah, that might have been on my end because my internet's not the best. I don't know. Hard to say.
Oh, no, you killed him.
Back right, back right.
Yep.
He's camping.
No, he switched up. Oh, you freaking kidding me?
Round, but we're not dead yet. Get ready.
The stun did more than it should, in my opinion, should have done.
Yeah, stuns and stuff are a little extreme.
A little funky. That's what I heard.
A little bit, yeah.
Oh, he got me good. He's right there.
How the
Yeah.
hell did you know I was there?
Die.
Is he like peeped out?
No, I didn't. He didn't see.
Oh, yeah. You were sprinting, according
Son
to
whore.
the camera,
Stop it.
but you probably weren't sprinting.
Back left. One back left.
Okay. Finally, revenge.
Good job.
Where's the other guy at? You got him? Sweet. Good job.
Go for the
Yeah, yeah. Barely. I don't know.
That was really close. I really hate how much I'm in this game right now. I just like play all night. It's freaking amazing.
There's nothing going on.
I know, but you know, I feel bad. You're what's going on too. Left, right side. Nice. Middle. Where's he at?
He's back right, back right.
Okay.
Or back left, I guess, technically, but whatever.
Need
Oh,
you to
he's
acknowledge
the
how
middle.
pretty this color
He went
is.
right. What's that?
So I just need you to acknowledge how pretty this color is.
They're pretty. I'm surprised you did put some glimmer on them.
You mean this?
Yeah.
Which will be
They
in
look
the
dope.
capture that objective.
Hurry up and get it, man. You're at FL, cause oh, there he is.
Damn.
Lost that round, but we're not dead yet. Get ready.
We might want to take a break or something. I might be enjoying the hell out of this, but apparently my ability to be a full functioning member of this group is declining.
Down to you. Get it.
Yeah, we can take a break. You might, Huh? Oh.
Oh, stunned. Fuck. Oh, I was barely moving.
You might want to reload.
That's a Z, or we die.
I don't know
You
how.
totally did not have 3 bullets in your gun, but you know.
Take that floor.
I don't even. I don't even.
Me
That's,
neither.
That's what I don't even about.
Back
Alright, dude. Back right. Why is... Oh. Ah.
We're going back.
I must be lagging a little bit. I was looking at the boards in front of me and they were going like in and out. Like they were like pulsing. There's my screen. The screen's not keeping up with anything.
Let's take another.
Yeah, there's some lag going on. There's a little bit of screen tear going on. Oh! Yo, how did they get such an accurate shot? See? That's all he did. He just peeped out,
Yeah.
and I was already...
Then report back to base.
Ow. How's that possible?
Decent. If you get a decent player who plays on mouse and keyboard, it's I love that thing.
Yeah, that's true.
You wanna take a break?
Yeah, just back up, or you can go play something else for a little bit.
No.
Or you want to like
I'll go,
watch something. No, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Just go play another one if you want. Or what?
No, I'm not gonna play anymore on this for it.
Switch out my comfy pillow to my cushion. If you want to, we can play some Jackbox.
Somewhat.
Some Jackbox.
What is that?
Jackbox Party is a interesting game. It's where the audience gets to participate. Let me pop out of COD. I played. It's
I'm gonna
called.
go ahead and. Good.
Let me see if I can wake everyone up. I'm gonna be like, lasers. Why is that even open? Oh, I haven't played Jackbox yet on my computer, so. Do you want new features and voices? Probably Fireware Security Suite is blocking the app when it connects to the internet or your... Okay. I'll solve it. We're switching games. We're taking a little bit of a break. We need it. I want to do a Jackbox Party Pack Sick.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and mute.
You gonna do what?
Who are you gonna do it with?
No, anybody. But Lyric was trying to say something. You cut him off.
No, it's okay. What was I saying? Hold on, let me
You
think.
said you're gonna do something, and I was like, I don't know what you're doing.
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna mute my mic for the time that you're gone, and I'm gonna go eat and stuff. So.
I'm not leaving. I'm still gonna sit next.
No, I know, but I'm gonna be leaving. Well, I'm gonna be here, but I'm just not gonna be on the mic.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay.
Makes sense now.
There you go. Alright, I'll be back whenever you're ready.
Hear this dripping in the background. Trivia Murder Party 2. Complimentary lotion. What? What's wrong?
Smashed his elbow against the fridge. No.
Oh! But that woke you up. You're like, lit. Fun, fun, fun. All in a bun. Right, babe? Will you stop? Doing, not you. I'm yelling at the game. Jackbox Party 6, here we go.
I went a lot better than previously.
That's not horror. Remove that. Okay. I guess it is horror. Forgot this Jackbox. You're not tired? Well, yeah, duh. You just smashed your elbow against the. You know what I mean? Like, come on. Mixer's being weird, as always. Probably a failure at Mixer. Definitely a better Twitch streamer. Oh no, I don't want to exit. But that ended bad. That was nice. Oof. You gotta stop hurting yourself. You got Lyric over here smashing his Party 6.
I'm dying, help.
I thought you were
I'm
gonna talk.
dying.
I was just gonna sit here and talk to myself, but you know.
Oh, if you don't want me to talk, fine, it's okay.
No, you can talk all you want. It's gonna end you. End your life. Why do they not have back box Party 6? Wow. So I should eat, but like, dude, eat, dork. Oh, okay. Mixer, you got so much you need to fix, dude. Trying to play a game here, and you don't even have it.
I think I'm gonna change my belly button piercing.
But what? Yeah, go fucking eat, dude. Alright, so what do you want to play? Let's do the Trivia Murder Party. It's pretty awesome. You want to get into this, bro?
No.
Sure.
I'm about to change my belly button piercing. Yeah, I'm really sure.
Okay. So, push the button. Ooh, what's this? How to. Alright, so you can play on your phone. Alright, you have 4 to 10 players. You use your phones, tablets, whatever. It helps out. You can also use the computer. It works. What you want to do is go to Jackbox. .com. I think it is. We'll get into it because this should pop up. We'll play into this and we'll see. I might have to move my camera settings. I want to turn the master volume. Actually, no. Here, I'll keep it at full. We'll turn down some of the sound effects. It's pretty loud. Full screen mode, audience, extended timers, password in game. I mean, I don't think there's many of us on right now, so anybody wants to jump in, they can do. Did you turn down 4 watt? No, I did not turn down for a watt. Turned down for a lot. Allows players to optionally share answers and scores from the game on social media. Oh, that's fine. No writing or drawing mode. So that players can't write or draw things. Sorry, came from controller only. Allow room code hiding. While on screen room to be hidden up. Cool. I do not care. I'm gonna play. So, connected to Jackbox. So what we do is go to jackbox.tv, alright? Let me know. We can have up to 8 players here. Hey, King Fergie, what's up? What's going on, man? You wanna play some Jackbox with us? You can hop into. You just need to go to jackbox.tv. Do the RPQL here. Oh, my camera almost makes it out of the way. Almost. I'm gonna leave it there, but yeah, like I said, is it this side? Right here. Put this code in, into this website. If that's pretty close, right? It's pretty close, huh? Yeah. No. Yeah. So once everybody's in, we can start. So far, we don't got anybody. Which reminds me, I have to hop in. I mean, I can just sit here and be the host. That's always a possibility too. So I'm gonna put RPQL in. Enter your name. It's gonna be. There you go. All right. Just waiting on you guys. You fell for the old joke. I did fall for the old joke. I don't know what I fell for, but you know, for what? For what purpose do we serve in this world if no one joins in Jackbox.tv? This is something I need people to play with. It doesn't work. I mean, I can do it myself, but what's the fun, you know? Like I said, just go to jackbox.tv and then enter the room code RPQL. And that gets you there. And you... Lyric, you're not supposed to answer that, right? Not allowed to answer that. Because I know how you play, right?
Listen, stop judging him, right?
Very
You're supposed
aggressive.
to be such a nice streamer over here, but
I'm
all
supposed-
you're doing is judging him.
Supposed to be nice. I never put that up. I never. Where does that say it in my bio? I'm a nice guy.
Well, I think
Ow.
this is definitely some false advertising. over here.
False. I'm always false advertisement. Have you
That
seen this
doesn't
face?
sound good.
Have you seen this face? All right.
Yeah, and I keep
Pretty up front.
grabbing
Just a mess in the back.
same fucking piece.
All the back acne. Acne. It's real.
I've seen worse, so like, it's not
Okay,
really that bad.
fine. If no one's gonna hop in, we'll just do this. I will go through it by myself so you can understand what's going on. It's just a trivia game. You answer questions. That's all it is.
They have to own the game to play with it?
No, they don't need to own the game. You can literally, like I said, just go to jackbox.tv, enter the code, and you're good.
Alright, King Fergie, where the hell are you and why are you not joining this?
I think
see
he's
your
doing
comment.
other stuff
See your
right
comment.
now.
I'm in here. Play this damn game with him.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. They changed that up. That's interesting. Alright. Lyric, let me know if you're gonna jump in. If you're not gonna jump in, man, just let me know. So I can go on with the rest of my life. You know, this is supposed to be a break from COD for a bit. Oh, Seahorse never got back to me. Stop being so mean to you. I mean, I'll just go hide. I guess I can just leave and just end the stream. Just like,
Oh,
bye
no,
guys.
You can leave
and
it up.
that's-
People find me entertaining. You can leave it up to me.
Oh wow. No, you don't.
I need to grab tweezers. I cannot do this.
Sam's dying over here trying to do this.
One hand is like.
Sweet, King Fergie's in.
Here we
Awesome.
go.
So- Thanks, man. Have you played this before? And then Lyric Man, come on, get in here. According to Sam, if you don't get in here, I don't know what she's gonna do. I guess she's gonna beat you up. She's gonna take you the pound down. Pound down. Okay, no problem. Then I'm just gonna call it. It's me and King Fergie. Let's go. Well, I think it's fun. I think this game's fun. It's hard. It's fun though.
Know it simply as the Murder Hotel.
The infamous hotel was run by a mysterious family for several generations until closing.
But probably turn down the music.
In unrelated news, the trivia murder party killer is still on the loose.
Trivia murder party.
I'm being held against my will.
Glad it isn't even with me.
This is
Sam,
your
get your
wake-up
ass
call.
No, I'm trying to get my belly button piercing on. No.
Welcome.
Sorry, is that
to
too loud,
the
guys?
Murder Party.
It sounds freaking
Your
loud.
room isn't ready yet, so let's play a game of life and death. Only one
You
of
could also
us will
jump in the
survive.
audience if you want to.
Ah, there's so much to do. I need a vacation from this vacation. you know what I'm saying? Okay, first question. Where is the Taj Mahal? Use your device to answer the question.
It's definitely not, Oh, I think I died. I did.
And the correct answer is... Who got the question right?
I got the question wrong.
Everyone is wrong. Come with me.
Right off the stinking bat.
Yep.
Welcome
Yeah, let's
to
see
the
where the
Killing
Taj
Room.
Mahal's at. I'm like, no clue where the Taj Mahal is.
It's time for my favorite illusion. Pick a
Who's ready
space
for this?
inside the box to hide. Some spots are better than others, but don't overthink it.
It keeps making this like noise.
Without looking, I'll just stab into this thing. Stab, stab. Oh, I needed that.
Man, I lost that one hard. That was hard. Can't believe I missed. King Fergie probably get it.
Don't worry.
I'm a ghost.
Okay, so don't freak out. But you're a ghost now. Keep playing, and you just might steal someone else's life force and win the game.
What's up?
You had one job, babe. and
I
you
know, I
were-
freaking died.
Let's keep moving.
Like one sword I had to dodge and I
What
hit
does
this
one typically
sword.
do in a natatorium?
Need to- I have no clue what this is gonna be. I've never honestly, if I've even heard of Natorium.
Time's almost up.
Natorium.
Who picked this?
Yes.
Which
Survived.
leaves only you. Time for consequences.
That was my best bet. 'Cause Auditorium is a movie
Welcome
theater
to room
area,
237.
sort of, but it didn't make sense
Ah,
for
the
that.
lost
So I
art
was
of
like,
letter
it's gotta be
writing.
something else, right?
I'm
King
going to
Fergie.
dictate a message to you. Write down as much of what I say as you
You're
can.
winning.
They will be
Until that
typing
moment.
too. And if they type better than you die. Okay, let me lean back in this chair and get my feet up. And we begin. Dear local joggers, if you are tired of discovering horrible crimes during your early morning runs, I recommend you avoid the path next to Davis Woods. I know you are trying to get in shape and cannot waste time being interviewed by detectives. Time's up. Okay, now I'm just going to do a quick editorial review of your work. And what's the result? But
I
did
don't think
anyone
I-
do better than you? P.S. Good job.
P.S. Good job. Did you even type? Triple rigged? We'll see. I'm still dead. I'm still a ghost. I won money, but I'm dead.
When were windshield wipers invented? Who picked this? Everyone is wrong. Follow me.
Oh, did I just fade into existence?
Let's see
No,
who
you're
has
still alive.
ESP.
Okay.
Type in an answer that fits this category.
These questions are nuts.
Everyone else will answer too. And if anyone matches you, you die.
We're dead.
Write your answers now.
This one's gonna be bad. They're not gonna win this one, because... You can do it, King Fergie. I believe in you. From the grave, I believe in you.
Didn't answer. That's unforgivable.
Uh-oh.
Here are the answers for whatever that's worth now.
They let you
Did we just go back
go.
in time? That's
What?
crazy. Try to stay alive a little longer this time, huh? It's time
I'm
for
already
the next
dead.
question. When you twist
When
off
you
a
twist
bottle cap, what's the leftover ring on the bottom called?
Oh. It's definitely the sail tooth safety lug. That's definitely the answer. You know, because I'm nodding.
Who picked this?
No, we lost King
It's
Fergie.
only you. It's time. Time to be subjected to the loser wheel. Spin
Thanks
it.
for playing
It's
this with me,
fun.
Fergie. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's definitely so too long.
The wheel is my favorite simple machine.
Like how it just asked me
Predictable,
who's
but
gonna
still
die.
satisfying.
I mean, duh. We both know he's gonna die.
You messed it up again? Fine. You don't get my super cool final round.
What? I want the final round, dude.
Who's gonna die? Do you guys not see that I'm clearly already
I know.
dead?
Wow. Yeah, it was brutal. That was brutal. Everyone dies. I didn't even get a chance to take a life, dude. Like, just dead. You want to play the sequel, or you want to reboot the franchise with new players? The decision is yours. New game? Okay. Oh, my bad. I gotta do it on here. Alright, we gotta put a new code in. Again, though. That's the only thing about doing a new game. Fergie's like over here dying. Dude, you can do this. I believe in you. This time you won't be a ghost, right? Oh, my back. Let's go.
Being an old man on your stream.
Can't help it, man. There's only so much you can do, right? I mean, new Jackbot game? Okay, we can do that. I'm fine with that. I like this one, it's fun, but I have plenty of chances to play in the future. Did I just go back in on this? I did. Oh, okay. There we go. Which one should we do? We got role models, joke boat, push the button, whatever the heck is a push button. Danger, shape-shifting aliens have infiltrated your starship. Can you and your crew find them before their time runs out? As a dictionarium. Humans have been inventing words and phrases for centuries. Now your turn to contribute an entry to the pages of Dictatorium. Ahoy, you're an amateur comic on a fourth-rate cruise ship. Do you have what it takes to win the talent show? Actually, that one sounds fun, but those are role models to check out. Everybody's somebody. So who are you? The planner? The flake? The sassy one? Step into the lab to find out. Yeah, you know. Role model. Which one sounds good? Role models, joke boat, dictionarium. Push the button. Joke books like my kind. Okay. So comedy. My kind of party, dude. All right. Oi.
It took me forever, but I think I found it.
Connecting the Jackbox games.
Welcome aboard.
Alright.
I'm Chuck Hull. I'll be your host tonight. Please sign in.
Hopefully they add like a DLC for Christmas. Oh, select how to complete your catchphrase. Hello. Submarine.
Let's move it, people.
It's my catchphrase. Hello, submarine. It just says waiting for all players to join. What are we waiting on? The code's NCDG. It's big red
Anytime
letters.
now.
Don't anytime me. Alright? I ain't ready for you. Mail at the game. He's like, anytime now. How
Fucking
dare
flip
you yell
off,
at me?
motherfucker.
Sam's getting violent over here.
Violently angry. Yeah, I'm about to put in my next belly
Hey, you
button
have to
piercing.
pick which
Let's move it, people.
catchphrase you want.
How long it's been since I changed this thing?
Do we have to wait for everybody? No, I don't know how long it's been since you
I'm
changed
really nervous.
it. Do we have to wait for like more people to join? Sam, get in here.
Oh my gosh.
If you have to, can I reset it? Hold on.
Put my piercing in.
Let's move it, people.
Alright. My character looks like a crackhead. I mean, do you see my character, King Fergie? Like,
Are
eyes all over and inside and outside, you know? I think we have to fill up all these spots before they let us go.
Let's
Oh,
move it,
that's
people.
so many spots.
I know, right? Like, we're just shy of people right now. Lyric's not gonna jump in here. Too much of a wimp. Afraid he's gonna die. Yeah, let me check and see if I can make this less players. Settings. Audience. Family friendly. We're definitely not going with family friendly. We're throwing out. Aha! Here we go. I will definitely kill you. For free. I don't know if you'll die this time. Alright. Let's go. Let's go. Now we don't have to wait for like all 8 people to hop in. Alright, it's
Welcome aboard. I'm
TTDM.
Chuck Hull. I'll be your host tonight. Please sign in.
I don't know if King Fergie can. Are you actually watching this, King Fergie, or are you just listening?
I did it.
Congrats!
It's been a while, but I did it. Look.
Toot,
It's
toot.
perfectly-
We got a scoot.
Y'all like my diaper? That's my catchphrase. Nice. She's all excited. Belly button in, high five. Poof.
I was really scared for a minute there. Didn't want to go in.
But for 3 people, so. Come on. Come join the fun.
I'm Lyric. Grass in there.
Even though it looks
Don't
like it
have
still
all
shows
day.
8. Okay. Thanks, King Fergie, for answering. Appreciate it. Huh?
Oh, he says I'm watching.
Yeah, I asked him if he was
Oh.
like listening to it or actually watching. Can't join over my stubbornness. Why?
I guess I just won't have to text you
Anytime
for the
now.
rest of the night then. I mean, I guess I'm
Oh,
taking
yeah,
away
you're
those
gonna-
privileges.
You're gonna have to get in a Jackbox so you can't message him anymore.
No, because I still see my name.
Oh my goodness.
I can find every reason.
Just put yourself in real quick. The extra body. Use your phone.
We don't have all day.
King Fergie. Yeah, definitely don't have all day. I'm about to kill you, Captain. You and that Polywan cracker. Looking motherfucker attack. TT down, yeah.
Oh, please, whenever you're
Finally. Right. Rigged? Blackmail? Yeah, it's blackmail. Alright, everybody's in. Except Lyric, of course, because, you know, he,
I'm a black man. Is that what that just showed me as a black man?
yeah, yeah.
Oh my god.
You're gonna have to hit this screen though, too.
gather round, comedians.
What?
Here's tonight's itinerary.
I know.
We're gonna write some jokes and then test them out on stage. But first things first.
don't know
It's
what we're
brainstorming time. Before we jump into the
What's up,
jokes,
babe?
I said I don't know
do a little
exactly
writing
what's going
exercise
on,
to
'cause I
get
haven't paid
inspired.
attention to anything.
On your device,
fine.
you'll be prompted to write various topics like
You have to
animals,
write
people,
various
or
topics
objects. Fill
on
in
your
whatever
phone.
you think has a lot of comedic potential. If another player uses one of your topics in a winning joke, you'll get some bonus points. Generate as many as you can. You have 45 seconds, starting now.
Toppings.
This writing exercise is ending soon.
Going almost. You can do it. Come on, guys. Oh,
Is
I
moving
think as
full
many as I
steam.
want.
It's time to write some comedy. Follow the steps on your device
This is
to construct
so.
two jokes.
Put the jokes on your device. Oof, man. That was a tough one. Yeah, you're allowed to be edgy, it's fine. How edgy you gonna be, though? Can I pull off a rapper? Seriously, guys? How do I get this off?
We're at the halfway point. Stuck? Then hit the joke for me button.
I like this would be easier on
Let's get
computer,
this
'cause you can
giant
just type
floating
on
human
keyboards.
storage unit
This isn't
going.
fun.
It's
Please
just a little
welcome our
easier.
first performer to the stage.
Oh, wow, dang it. Okay. You ever notice how Jeff looks like a manatee? Oh, hey. You're laughing. You don't like my diaper? I did not know that was gonna be your catchphrase. Sam, you're up. You perform it or tell it yourself? I'm bad case of the uncles. Because of my nightmares. I don't know what to say to that.
Genuinely panicked because I was getting ready to do
Which
nails.
comedian told a
Like,
better joke?
hey.
Is spicy? But I forgot what it was. It's spicy something. Oh boy, OMG. Yeah, I know. Choosing. It's hard.
Woof. Tough crowd.
Oh, both lost.
Our next comic needs an
Oh,
introduction.
King Free. You ready for this? I don't think he's ready for this. Okay, okay, I'll give you that.
Oh yeah, don't forget to say your catchphrase.
I'm a nasty little microwave because the cat exploded in me. Y'all like my diaper?
Nice job, you two. Judges, what do you think?
And not much to go on. Oh, why would you do me like that, Sam? Poor cat. I know.
I thought about
That's
sentient
horrendous.
pillows walking into a bar.
I know, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. Alright, you're up. Poor cat, indeed. It's not a... What game have we brought ourselves into? Yeah, Jesus. Guess that's true. It's spicy seduction, that's what it says. King Fergie, up again. My nickname is Candle. You won. Oof. I mean... Candle. Not eating one when I was a kid, we didn't have mine since we had pieces. Cause this one's so real. Stop winning, Sam.
Not winning, I'm only even.
Let's see who's on top and who is scraping the bottom of the barrel.
Definitely me. I'm scraping the bottom right now.
If you're at the top, that means you're
Like, I was
the
scraping
headliner.
bottle. I
right
was
now.
like, I don't know what any of this is.
I feel like we need an audience to make these decisions for us instead of us making decisions. This is all I do.
Just a little.
Points are worth double. Ooh.
Listen,
I like the
motherfuckers.
cut of your jib. Let's write some more jokes.
Oh my goodness. I'm not ready for this. Poor Candle. It's poor Candle. I know it's gotta like pick the right ones, you know, and neat. Good luck with that.
If you haven't started your second joke yet, now would be the time.
That one,
Now would be the time.
that's gonna be,
Okay,
that's,
we're waiting on you.
Buckle
That's
in,
yeah,
what-
folks,
I
because we
apologize.
got another
I was
round
debating
of
if I should actually
whatever this is.
finish that sentence or just not.
Alright, you guys ready? Perform the
I
joke
mean,
for
we kind
myself.
of have to be.
My grandma said the best thing about sheets is the shit always hits the fans. Y'all like my diaper? You choked. Oof. Automatic win. Alright. And I get a bonus points.
And
'cause
some
of this.
credit to you.
You got a bonus for the
Keep that
topic.
applause going for our next comedian.
King Fergie's up. Rip indeed. OMG, the bag. What about the bag? So, and Albert Einstein was playing with his board. Whoop. Playing with his board. Board are you talking about? Someone say parfait? Alrighty, well, I'll try to hit me hard, and since Sam disowned me, I'll go cry to myself to sleep. Try to keep cigaretting. That's when you put it in someone's special places. Oh!
Just doing my nail
Which joke was
polishing.
funnier? Vote now.
I hate this.
Fine. Again, I was debating to see if I could actually put that one up there.
I just left it.
Woof.
I choked.
Tough
I
crowd.
choked. Choke on
You
that
know,
Albert
no
Einstein
one
board you was
is
playing with.
this person.
Oh,
You choke
goodness.
because you
Sam,
were
you're up.
cigaretting?
Oh. Look at my instant rum. Spicy. Oh, that's a spicy suggestion right there. Oh. Hey guys, listen up. I like my friends like I like my Colts. Dark and full of zombies.
I mean, true.
Y'all like my diaper? I'm just happy I'm not the one picking this time. So much pressure. Spicy. Ah,
Spicy, huh?
I don't love you.
What
Just owning Sam. That's
no.
fine. Sam's in first.
Let's
right now.
look at our.
Ah!
That's a boat joke. My life.
Ah!
If you're currently losing, might I suggest writing funnier jokes? Just something to think about.
Ooh, roast the captain. It's like you're losing. You might want to write funnier jokes. The COD references. Oh, Omegle. Lol. Mega lol. That's what it is.
Well, we're sinking
Mega
again.
low.
There's no
Super
time to
low.
write jokes from scratch.
I don't know
So,
COD,
here's
though.
the plan.
The COD
Let's
reference
rewrite
are you?
another comics joke. You'll
codfish
use the same
reference?
setup, but we'll attempt to write a funnier punchline. The better the original joke did, the more points you'll earn for beating it. Can you steal the spotlight before the boat sinks? Let's find out.
Rewrite another comic joke. Like my sit.
I'm terrible. I'm putting in terrible things. Nobody should pick my thing. I apologize.
Terrible and how?
Panic.
How
I'm
terrible.
terrible.
You
Just
welcome our
understand it.
comedians back to the stage.
Captain's sweating.
Because I have no filter until after I've clicked the button.
Alright. I like my sex like I like my instant ramen. Hot, fresh, and sped right open.
Okay, so I'm glad I didn't just go ham and then you were chill.
Nah, I must go.
Which punchline is better?
Spicy.
But
Spread
do you
wide open.
really spread your ramen wide open is my question? Because I don't.
What
I
ramen are we
slurp
talking
that shit.
about?
You should have put that hot, fresh, and slurp that shit.
Slip
Woof.
that shit.
Tough crowd.
Oh man, that is a tough crowd. Definitely going to get Sam. My nasty little microwave. Cause my daddy used me.
I told you it was pretty bad.
Alright. Alright. Let's see how it is.
A real clash of the titans.
Oh, I can't. Actually, because I can't swim. No, I Clash of the Titans. I lost this one. like waiting for it to go. Oh, no one won that
Tough
one.
crowd.
Super tough guy. Ready for this, King Fergie? Are you sure you can do this? Whatever granddaddy hops in them. Oh, that was tough one for you. I'm like, Oh yeah, Keeper, you gotta check out the commands. How about the free too? Get those corgi coins.
I can only take one
Let's
of
see
you
where
to
you're at.
safety, and obviously it should be the funniest person.
Oh man, Sam made it. Can't believe it.
Oh man.
What would you like to do now? Alright, guys, tell me what you want. You want to continue to do this one, or we want to switch it up and go somewhere else?
Switch up and go somewhere else. I'm trying to fucking finish my nails before I fall asleep.
I'm at Jackbox.
Yes, you
So we
guys
still
can
do
do something else because I'm trying to do my goddamn nails.
Sam's dying. Let me know if you guys want me to move on or not. Oh, here we go. Waifu. That's what I was looking for. I'm waiting on you. You want to keep playing the boat game, or do you want to move on? But here's the waifu commands. Let it be spanned across the universe. You can do new players, play Jackbox, or we play a whole different game. I mean, not a whole different Jackbox, but you gonna try another game of Jackbox? Let's see what looks good. Push the button. Want to try to push the button? And what do you have in mind? You have push the button. Dictatorial. Dictatorium. Ah, I can't even speak. Yeah, we'll play that one. We'll play Dictatorium.
Dictionarium is like.
Yeah, you want to do a word game or you want to do one that just. This is literally says push a button. So it should be pretty easy, right? Oh, you need 4 to 10 players? Oh. None of these are really 2 players. You gotta have more than one. Unless you're gonna do a trivia one. Maybe you can play one. Eric, you gonna finally get your butt in here? You get this? To play Jackbox. Like it's like 1:50 a.m. right now. For me. Word games, okay. Go word games. It says at minimum we need 3 people.
The lyric, you better get your ass in there, bitch.
I know.
You're not eating anymore, so come on. Take those typey little
Oh,
fingers.
push a button? You changed. Which one do you want? Push a button or word games? I mean, yeah. Like I would drop a poll in there, but actually, yeah, I can't. I can't drop a poll in there. I forgot. How do you drop a poll in there? That's a question. Word games. Okay. We'll do word games. Ah, sorry. I didn't mean to go back. Playing your love games. I'm old Greg. Skelly Manfish. So it's gonna be GWHC for the code, guys.
And yellow beer.
Right, right? Look at the back you.
Oh no, you might have jumped out.
Why? I don't know. I'm not paying attention to any of that. Noob. We got a noob in there. Whoever noob is. Is this settings down here? Thanks, man. Everyone's in. Oh! Someone else jumped in.
Oh shit.
We had King Fergie in.
Yeah, we're doing
It's too
this
late. I already
thing.
hit it.
Welcome to the Dictionarium.
You
It's an
just don't
amusement
answer if
park
you
for
don't want to.
words. But oh god, don't eat the hot
I'm
dogs.
just trying to do like
Look at these good people. I am already devoted to you. In the Dictionarium, you make up definitions for made-up
Oh, I just
words,
picked one
so
up
there
for
are
me.
no right answers.
Ask me if you want
Relax
to do
and
slang
take a
phrase
guess.
words or just word games.
If you want to play along,
I'm
join
like, what's the
comments
difference?
by entering the room code. Time to play.
We got a noob in here. What's
First
going
up,
on, dude?
I'm sending a slang phrase to your device.
Round one.
Write a definition for the slang phrase on your device.
Can't say this out loud, Mom. The dog is twitching down at my feet right now.
You can borrow the technique I use when texting an ex-lover. Just start typing and don't look back. Never look back. Then throw away your phone. Start a new life.
This is some harsh stuff. You should be hearing this, babe. She's like, just start typing like I do with my ex-lover. You know, start typing, never look back, and throw your phone away and start a new life.
The money, honey.
This is so pretty.
Yeah, where you get revenge on sweaty little bitches. Nice. And I understand. Those are awesome.
Friend camp at a camp where you send your ex for a delightful experience.
Oh, that'd be a good one.
And now is the
I
time.
totally just typed.
Choose the definition that
I like
makes
the
Overall
tour
stuff.
about little bitches.
or that makes the most joy for your world.
Places and bitches camp where you get revenge on sweaty
And
little
remember,
bitches.
you can award
Revenge
bonus
camp.
points to the ones that
Where it's
stone your
served
heart.
cold. Revenge is always served cold.
Come on, vote already.
I already did. I voted. Voted. You had to give likes to.
Yay! A tie means that I get to choose. the
Everyone
winner.
tied. Oh, it chose a winner. It chose Sam.
Woo!
This is definitely rigged, guys. I hope you know this. It's gonna be her second time winning if she keeps going like this. But King Fergie came on top.
Round 2. Change it
Some
up.
extra hearts.
Give me a new phrase that could mean the same thing as the definition on your device. Round 2 goes fast, so type,
The
type, type.
places you send bitches.
And then that means saying for, right?
Hey guys. I'm sucking at this game right now so bad.
I don't know how it took you that long. Very easy words to match that.
I making
The
up
time is
things.
slipping away,
Right?
so
Don't
submit
judge
your
me.
synonym.
Creative ass going.
Man, you're doing terrible. That's what my creative ass is
Okay,
doing.
let's see 'em. Choose the slang phrase that best fits the definition.
Ho me. Ho camp. Plot camp.
Two of us are on point, and I need to know who.
It's definitely campage.
Camp sounds like you're farming. I'm going
Or you
to
could be
plot
like,
camp.
fuck
Please
camp.
vote or you'll
Should have
be
put.
in trouble.
That's what I was gonna put the instant I hit enter, and I was like, I fucked up. I fucked up.
Plot camp may have been, word correct.
There was a
I'm
tie,
hurting
so I
so
just
bad
picked
right
my
now
favorite.
because I'm like, let's just make up a word. That's nothing cool. Hey, I got 15 points.
Great.
My T
Now
just
we
took
have
a
a brand
tongue
new
out.
piece of slang. Let's use it.
Let's see.
Time to write a sentence
we use-
using the
why
new
we-
slang on your
Oh, man.
device.
Home me. Write your answer before this is gone.
Look, it is not my responsibility to give you advice, but I will say there are two kinds of good sentences, those which are heartbreaking and those which are funny. Everything in between is garbage.
Alright, I wish you guys all the best of luck. I hope you know Sam is winning. It was nice for you guys to step in. You know, I should start giving out corgi points for people who win.
It's
So
a
you
bit
can start-
the end, isn't it?
Yeah, just start handing out corgi points and it'd be like, yo, here's the corgi points.
I am eager to see these.
How much should I
sentences.
do? Should I do like 100?
Just stick
500?
that whole nail.
500 for the first player, first person. 200 for the second and 100 for the third. Oh man. Send you back so hard you end up in home, right? I tried to be wholesome.
Time to vote.
It's alright. Homie. Send you back. Send that bitch to homie. There's nothing more satisfying than sending hoes to homie for shit. Shit is fuck.
Because I keep liking all of these because I'm like, I
They're
like
all pretty
everything.
freaking good.
I'm like, I like everything, and so I keep giving everyone stuff.
Someone still has not voted. That person should vote.
Oh, who hasn't voted yet? I know it's a tough choice.
And the
Oh,
victorious
King
sentence
Fergie got
is-
that one. Nothing more satisfying than sending hoes to home camp. Places you send bitches.
What a beautiful, precise entry in the dictionary.
That's actually pretty good. It actually came out pretty good.
One.
Yeah, King Fergie's killing it. Sam somehow lost points. That's weird.
Hurry
Because
back.
mine wasn't that
I
good this
just found a
time.
new word scurrying up my trousers.
Don't judge me.
Definitely judging. Oh, that was it. King Fergie won.
Wow, that was
King-
so short.
King Fergie gets, yeah, that was not expected.
You make up
And
silly
sentence-
phrases ending in hysteria. You have to answer quickly. No, you really mustn't parry 'em. And anybody can compete. A Tom, a Dick, a Harry.
So that King
gather
Fergie.
in the living room, pull up a stool or cherry 'em with lots of foods and beverages like milk or juice or berry 'em. Then start to make your crazy words and don't forget to vary 'em. And that is how you win a
So 500
dictionary.
points. Fergie coins. There you go. Burger Fern getting some points. Gotta give me a second. I'm gonna be. Yeah, you're super rich. You gotta. Who was second? Oh, Noob was second. Okay. Who's Noob? I don't know who Noob is. Do we actually have a Noob in chat right now?
A baby or a centenarium. Play it with your friends or
Someone let me know.
adversarium.
Otherwise, I just send it this Sam right now.
Or Januarium. There's no excuse to not play play Dictionary.
Yeah, Sam gets points.
Why?
Because they're in the chat.
So? I get enough points. Don't give me any.
There you go.
By the time you finish playing, you will be extraordinary.
You want to do it again? Because that's actually pretty fun. I don't. You want to do it again?
Bestow upon you doctorates honorarium. At Spelling Bees, they'll spell your
Shit,
words. You
my
will be
nails, like,
legendary.
I want to play, but I don't want to play at the same time. I'm like, you just finish them, bitches.
I know, it's kind of addicting, right?
No, I just really want to finish these fucking nails.
Really kind of scary. Join hands and sing the song.
King Fergie, let me know if you want to play again. Or anyone else who wants to jump in. Sorry, that song was really catchy. Alright, we'll do the same players again. So I don't think anyone else is gonna hop in.
Bonjour,
The
hello,
noob is gonna
salut.
keep going.
Welcome to the Dictionarium. It's a
Select the type of
very
game
simple
you
game
would like to
hosted
play.
by a very complicated
Let's do
person.
slang phrases
Let's
again,
go,
because that was
baby.
awesome.
I am pleased to see there are several geniuses among you. In the
Several
Dictionarium,
geniuses.
you will take a funky new word and give it a personality by defining
knows how to
it,
fly.
renaming it, and popping it into a sentence. You vote on your favorite answers, so this is a popularity contest, but for words. If you're just watching right now, join the audience. Enter the room code and play along. Let's rock!
Yeah, the room corn's up in the corner there.
Right now, you're getting a
Head it
new
up.
phrase sent to your
It's
device.
round one.
What does this piece of slang mean to you? Write it down on your device. As long as you're using letters, you really cannot mess this up too badly.
I didn't know how to fit everything I wanted to say in a short thing, so I had to edit it out.
I just hope I didn't run out of time. Was that the only one? What a word, yeah, right?
Let's see what
Horse
we got.
tradition or slang phrase. The girls' dorm summer tradition. Wow, that just whew. Tradition that horses on horses. Getting digged down so hard your voice is hoarse. Annual rough horse riding. All right,
Okay,
so where everyone
time
went to.
vote. Pick the definition you think should be recorded in the
Annual
official
rough horse
dictionarium.
riding. I'm freaking dead. Oh man. Are you guys ready? Have you made your votes in? Who do you think is gonna win?
And the
Alright,
winning
sweet.
definition
I was like, that's my brain in there. I was like, you know.
That's essentially what the summer girls tradition was.
I know, right?
I was just trying to put it a little bit more clean.
Nope, I just went hard. I just went.
Round 2, let's rock.
I was like, why not? It was too
Give me a new
too
piece
good
of
of a
slang that matches the definition on your device. Round 2 is fast. You too must be fast.
I'm gonna hate you. It's fine.
I hope there's no other thing.
The time is slipping away, so submit your cinnamon.
All right. I heard it. I sent it in. Come on.
Let's check out these baby wordlings. Oh.
Sorry about the delay, guys. I know it's probably pretty hard.
Pick the phrase that best fits the
Early
definition.
things. Fucked. Deep. Ho down. Alright.
We're all
Who,
on point.
who put the fuck question mark? Like, is the question you're fucked or you're actually fucked? Like, I think in this case, you'd be fucked. Like, that's the definition, right? It's getting dicks down so hard your voice is hoarse. Oh gosh. What are we doing in this life? This game is so messed up. But I love it. Every second of it.
There's
Oh, it was a
tie,
three-way
so
tie.
This one wins.
Nice. Alright. Woohoo! I'm done. Should try less to win. It's okay. If I win, I still hand down the points down. Whoever's there.
Time to slang this slang into a sentence. Write a sentence with your new piece of slang.
You guys can always feel free to join the audience.
The
It's always
sentence you're
great. I
working
know
on
there's
right
more
now
people.
is
We got
perfect.
4 people
Keep
here,
going.
but
Don't doubt yourself.
I sent it to you. I just went all sorts wrong. So,
Don't worry.
once again, forgive me. Okay. It's Sam, you have to forgive, but it's me you're gonna have to forgive too.
I am thrilled to present your sentences.
Whoop. I took the horse out back for a hoedown. The experience was life-changing. My mom sent me to the hoedown this year for a summer camp. There's nothing like a hoedown from a big one on a Saturday morning.
These all went the wrong
Man, my
way.
girl hoed down on me. It was great. Whoa,
The
your girl went down
sentences
on?
are in. Time to vote.
Your
Hold on.
girl hoed down on
Yeah,
you?
yeah, we went.
Every direction literally possible.
I need a sound effect for this. I don't have one. Oh no. My voice. I'm gonna lose my voice, guys.
Ask me which one I like. I
Oh
like
yeah,
them
yeah.
all.
I forget. Oh, almost choked on that.
The winning sentence is
Everybody won. Oh, I like that one. That was good. Horse tradition.
this is going straight into the dictionary of
Mom sent me the hoedown this year for
Let's
summer
see
camp.
who is the winner chicken dinner.
Wonder why I picked that one of all. Alright, I got this one. Good job, guys. Okay. Alright, so I'll send out points again.
Hurry back for another round. I just found a new word and it's dipped in chocolate and rolled in sprinkles and I want to eat it.
Anybody else want to join? Just let me know. Let me get in. I feel like they're gonna do a couple rounds of this.
Well, it causes much hilarium. You make up silly words and phrases ending in hysterium. You have to answer quickly. No, you really mustn't carry 'em. And anybody can compete. A Tom, a Dick, a Harry'em. So gather in the living room, pull up a stool or charium with lots of foods and beverages like milk or juice or barium. Then start to make your crazy words and don't forget to vary 'em. And that is how you win a dictionarium.
Dictionarium, dictionarium, with words you will not find in the librarium.
Sorry, if you guys want to continue, just let me know. I will continue. Or you're just gonna watch me sit here and like lip sing the song.
Well, you can't be secondarium. You've got to be the boss. Don't settle for the secretarium. Anyone can
When
play
it's
a
not
baby
you.
or a centenarium. Play it with your
Huh?
friends. Even
Someone's in?
new.
I don't know who's new.
Any time of year.
That's why I said if you want, let me know. I will
Listen,
give you
Mama
points. You know, you can enjoy this community. You know what I mean, and have fun. Continue. Fergie's like
I think
yes.
King Fergie likes this game just a little bit.
Hey, right? Alright, the same players again.
By the time you finish playing, you will be extraordinarium. Your brain will be. Hi! Welcome
But I
to the
mean, I don't
dictionary.
mind lurkers. I
It's an
enjoy
ornament
lurkers.
for
It's
made-up words,
part of the
but
game,
like
you know.
one of those really
Or
fun
part of
niches
Twitch. can
you
enjoy
people
and
are
whatever.
playing.
We're doing a slang phrase again because it's just too much fun.
In the dictionary,
Let me know if you guys want to switch it
responsible
up.
for
We can do
making up
word
and
game
defining
instead.
words. It's a team effort and also a
Don't know what that
competition.
entails. It's probably just as
And
funny
for
as slang
anyone
phrase,
watching,
but I think
join
it's
the
slang
audience.
phrase to me. It's
Just
hilarious.
input the room code and play along. Let's get started.
Yeah, jump in, audience.
I'm
you know.
sending a phrase
It's right
to
there up in
your
the
device.
right-hand corner.
Now you're going to
My
write a
guess, try and
definition
win
for
this
the
game,
slang
right?
on your
Lucas,
device.
I got this. Got this in the bag.
I don't know about this.
I got some yogurt kids.
Yogurt kids. Definition.
I believe that you can do this. Of course, I believe in a lot of wacky things, like a dog who can do Irish dancing.
God, that was bad. Why did I put that?
I don't know what you put, but we're about to find out right now. Oh my gosh, guys, my back. It's falling apart. My doggo is so cute. He's sleeping underneath me.
Come on, time's
Sleeping
almost
doggo.
up.
Well, who are we waiting on? I think we lost somebody, maybe.
Well, what do we
That or
have
they
here?
just had a hard time
Let's see
typing.
'em.
It's not hard. I can feel it. Kids made accidentally. Oof. Kids who can't stop being little fat asses and leave the yo plate alone. Oh, cream-filled popsicles that explode when melted or licked. A youth group who expressed their extreme interest in frozen yogurt. I like that one. That was a good one.
Now we vote. Pick the definition
Don't know
that
what
makes
you're
you
talking
feel
about.
groovy.
Is that the one you put down?
And remember, you can award bonus points to the ones that tickled you.
Loved all of those.
Sam's terrible.
Little fat asses.
Yeah. That was a really good round, guys. That was freaking amazing. I can't believe it.
Vote right now.
I can't believe it. There's some twisted minds up in here. Alright,
When
we got
there's a
through
tie,
tie
I
again.
pick my favorite.
They put kids at made accidentally.
No, I didn't. What are you talking about?
Yo, King Fergie's got it. Was it King Fergie again? No, it was Noob. Noob got it picked this time. Even though we all tied. So I didn't see where the hearts went to. Oh, there you go.
Now come
Okay,
up with a new phrase
Noob.
that matches the definition
King
I only
Fergie
of your
got 10
device.
points.
This round is
Yeah.
quick.
Who doesn't
Right-
love me in this group?
Hold on,
That's
buddy.
it.
Hold
I
on.
quit.
Since you can't stop it, little fat asses. This one's a little harder because it's not as
Yeah, it's not vile. Disgusting.
I was gonna
We're
say
having a harder time
mature
accepting
rated. It's
Let's see these words. Choose the
Gogurt
phrase
heads,
that best fits the
morbidity,
definition.
obese children. Oh, Gert. Yo play dabbers. Damn. Freak. I hate this. This game makes it so hard to pick just one person. Like, I know who I want, but
It was a hard decision there. Loved morbidly obese children. Like,
I know.
was
The
the
winning
hard.
is
Wow, nobody loves
More
Jesus. I'm done
obese
with this one.
children.
I quit this
It's,
one. No
it's
one
fine.
loves
You
me.
you just got in one direction while everyone else's heads are in another. King Fergie in the first, you got Noob in second, and that guy named Todd
to use this slang
third,
in the
and then
sentence.
Sam in the last.
Write a sentence with the new piece of jargon.
Okay. So morbidly obese
Remember, we
children.
put punctuation at the end of a sentence so it doesn't explode. Please submit right now, or I'm going to be.
No. Was the last one? I was struggling. All right.
Let's survey these sentences.
Because schools won't stop giving out steroid chicken. There are a lot of morbidly obese children in society. Yo, morbidly obese
just
children
went
are
hard.
morbidly obese. Those children eat Manny like morbidly obese children. My child is definitely part of the morbidly obese children.
Groovy. Time to vote.
Oh, whose parents? Who says that? Tell me what type of parent you're gonna be right now. Oh man, I thought I'd get something.
And the winner is.
The King Fergie's killing it right now. Yo,
Because he knows how to talk about morbidly obese children, clearly.
apparently. Congrats on winning.
Voila! Your hard work paid off.
Schools
Thank you
won't
for your
stop doing that.
contribution. But now let's see who won.
Oh man. King Fergie, Noob, and then me and then Sam at the bottom there.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, alright? I get it.
I hope to see you
Suck.
again very soon.
It's okay, it's fine.
I just found
you
a
won the other game.
eating my chapstick. It's green apple flavor.
King Fergie's like, I just want those points. Give me those points.
He's like, I want some corgi coins!
Corgi coins for all.
Alright, I'm not gonna
The
be in the
win.
next one because I need to finish my nails and go take a pee.
Oh my goodness.
Everybody can compete at Tom a Dick a Harrium. So gather in the living room, pull up a stool or charium with lots of foods and beverages like milk or juice or barium. Then start to make your crazy words and don't forget to vary 'em. And that is how you win a dictionarium.
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 Dictionarium. Dictionarium.
Words you will not find in the librarium. Dictionarium.
Dictionarium.
It's time to run your vocabularium.
You've got to be creative. Sense of humor is necessarium. Your definitions must stand out. We don't want ordinarium. To finish as the winner, well, you
Oh,
have 50
I
seconds.
messed up the points. My bad. Sorry.
Don't settle for the secretarium. Anyone can play a
All right.
or a centenarium.
Should we switch back to COD? Because I'm kind of ready for some COD.
Any time of
Add
year
points.
is fine in May or Januarium. There's no excuse to not play Dictionarium.
Dictionarium. Dictionarium. With words you will not find in the librarium. Dictionarium. Dictionarium. It's time to run your vocabularium.
By the time you finish playing, you
There we go.
destroy the
There you go.
Your brain will be
There you go, sir, ma'am.
And Harvard will bestow upon you doctorates honorarium. At spelling bees, they'll spell your words. You will be legendary.
Got 3,000 corgi coins. What's what's the leaderboard looking like right now?
Get ready to have so much fun. It's really kind of scary. Join hands and sing the song of Dictionarium.
Okay. This has me at top right now. Has you at 750. You're still first either way. I gotta get rid of the bots. I don't know how to do that. Without, I'm gonna have to like go in and switch that. Corgi coins. What does it let me click on that?
So fucking knocked out.
Staring at me hard. Staring. Yeah, I know he's so passed out. He was twitching earlier when he was sleeping.
Yeah, but he's
He was
rolling.
hitting me.
He's so cute though.
Sorry, corgi distraction, guys. All right. King Fergie, can I help you? Is there a reason why you're staring at me right now? You want me to stop the music? This isn't like Jackbox Party 3. That one's pretty rough. Where's my mouse? I do not see my mouse. That's weird. Yeah, must be the game. There it is. It's up in the corner. Alright. You want to give push the button one more? Want to give push the button one try? No, because it's for the 10 players. We would need like 4 people to hop in. I don't think we have 4 people who would want to hop in. I know it's a form of your communication, but staring means a lot of things in my dictionary. My dictionarium, to be exact, alright? You have to explain to me in your definition what your staring emote means. I like it because like you either want to play a game together or you want to do something, and man, hold on to that thought. You do that to everybody. Well, thanks for staring at me. I appreciate it. I feel special in so many different ways. But let me run to the bathroom real quick. I will pop up Call of Duty real quick. So at least that'll be loading. Maybe if you are not busy, you can change my game to Call of Duty. That'd be amazing.
Duty.
Call of Duty.
Duty.
I just realized my microphone was off. Go figure. I don't know. I was talking about Call of Duty and how it has to bring up the launcher. Oh, just crashed. Wonder why. That's weird. But yeah. So special. What I was saying is, come back Thursday, because I definitely want to show you my panels. I got some new panels for my what's the word, for my Twitch panels. I'm super excited about it.
Your, like,
Freaking look
infos
up.
and your about.
Yeah, I'm super stoked.
Yeah, your
My buddy
descriptions.
Zenith is helping me out with those, so I'm freaking amazed. But alright, let's try Call of Duty. Call of Duty. COD of Duty. That's what we're gonna call it. COD of Duty. Appears that Call of Duty. I don't care about that. Just hit no. Just run Call of Duty. COD of Duty.
Duty.
Well, you keep laughing at Duty.
'Cause it's not-
Denied.
I was really tempted.
Ain't
to
nobody
put
got
Call
time for that.
Duty.
You're such a dork. Time to
But I
kick
just-
butt and take names.
Yep.
I know. Lyric, you still alive?
No, no.
I have not played Dead by Daylight. I would love to play some Dead by Daylight. That would be amazing. I've watched my friend Sazona play. She streams and I enjoy her stream a lot. It's pretty cool watching all of them. Yeah, up and now it's working. I think Lyric took a time off here, so he said he's going to bed.
Yeah, he's laying down.
Okay.
He said he feels bad for bouncing.
Oh, should Just kidding. It's fine. Yeah, how much is Dead by Daylight, anyways?
I don't know. I was about
I
to
don't-
tell you to just buy it.
I don't really
Like,
have that
all your
much money
friends.
though.
I know, especially because we're going to that hockey game.
No, we're not going to hockey game.
Or you told him no?
I know, I didn't tell him no, but I chose not to go. I just hadn't talked to you about it yet.
Okay, so we didn't buy the tickets with them?
No, we didn't buy the tickets. $10 at the moment? Yeesh.
Well, I think you have $10.
I might have some $10. I have to dig in the couch for a second. Just give me a second.
Alright, let's dig in that virtual couch real quick. Sure we can find a couple fake dollars somewhere.
Try to get into the Steam store and like Gabe has already like loaded me into a lobby and into the game already. I think I picked okay, I picked domination. I'm doing some domination. Come on. Steam is not working with me right now. Oh no, they put me in the middle of a fight again. Bruh. I'm dying right now.
Domination.
Don't ever put someone in the middle of a fight. You know?
Whew, nails are donezo. Excellent, they're not done. That's perfect.
Oh, I didn't see that guy from over there. Did you guys see that guy from over there? I think he went to shoot. Yeah, he went to shoot my freaking teammate. So my teammate decided to run like a freaking crazy maniac. Freaking spawn killing over here. So what's happening? Where the actual?
Don't forget to shut the window and turn off the lights.
Yeah, okay, I see where it came from then. Alright. Shut the window, turn off the lights, turn off the computer. Let's see.
Enemy UAV online.
Oh, they got a UAV online? Sheesh. Oh, I wasn't even paying attention. I was looking at my mini-map for a second. Let's see. After this game, I will check to see how much, not how much it is. I will just check to see Dead by Daylight. I might just get it. That, oh, I was like, that's not a tank that's active right now. Oh. No, man, that's so brutal. Alright, I know how I got killed, alright? Shooting him left and right, and apparently that was not enough to kill a person. You guys tell me what I should, you know, be able to kill people. Probably saw me on UAV anyways. I was a freaking dead man before life even began. Oh, frick. Is that a flash grenade? Looks like a flash grenade.
Friendly UAV on station.
Oh, played me like a fool. Yeah, okay, I see what happened. Why did he like looked at the window and then like went after me?
Enemy at the construction site.
Oh, freak.
Enemy UAV online.
Yeah, the freaking spawn killing people. That freaking sucks.
Enemy precision airstrike down.
Oh, how did my teammate run in there and not? Okay, I see what happened. I thought he ran ahead of us. Yo, this is some bull crap. Snap. Oh, they keep spawning me here. That's bull. Should probably camp somewhere, but I've been trying to get these points. Gotta check to see if there's anyone here.
Be advised, enemy personal radar active.
Oh.
Friendly UAV on station.
Gotta make sure to clear everything out. And take this
We're
point.
taking Charlie. Enemy at the construction site.
Oh, seriously? Where the heck did he come from? He just ran down the street. He was like, oh, they're taking Charlie. Let's get over there.
Enemies taking Alpha.
Let's get him.
We're on charge.
It just
Stand
freaking
by.
sucks.
We're holding Charlie.
Oh, sweet. I got capture assist.
Lost Alpha.
Mm-hmm.
Enemy at the construction site.
See. Yep. And they're gone.
We're down but not out. Let's go.
There! I've got movement.
Where? Where do you spot movement? So frustrating.
Enemy holds 2 objectives. Take them. Losing Charlie.
Losing Charlie too?
Assist your team at C.
Oh! Eat the bah!
We're capturing Alpha.
Shotgun me.
We hold all objectives. Enemy at the cafe.
Man. Alright. Now this game is
Objective base.
horrendous. Game is over. Freaking woof. Can't really put me into a game like that. That's just rude.
Enemy at the cafe.
Alright, let's try Steam again. I don't know why it wasn't working. It's not like pulling up the store or anything. It's like still loading. I'm buffering well. Like great buffering well. Ooh. Alright. Come on. Let's go, guys. Load this. It'd be nice. Right? Just a little bit? Just a little bit nice? I know, sad face indeed, right? It's puppies. It's a sad face, in my opinion. Let's see, come on. Watch, I even show you. Do display capture real quick. Guys ready for Inception. Inception begin. Like, see right here, it's freaking. It keeps loading. Maybe I should hop out of the game. Maybe that helped. Let's see, destroy this real quick. Can I pull out before it happens? Yes, I can pull out. Okay, cool. Come on, Steam, let's go. I might have to just back all the way out of Call of Duty. Call of Duty. Have you got Gatorade in you? Telling you right now, it does not want to load. While we're waiting for that, I'm going to add display capture here. Yeah, get it. Oh yeah, that's the way you like it, right? Nice. My brain's trying to function. Are you getting a new Pokemon game? Sword and Shield? Yes, I am. There's no way I'm not gonna get it. I would die if I didn't get it. I'm so excited for you. Are you excited for it? Let's see. Is that even a screenshot? That looks like it should be out. It's weird. Okay, let's see how this looks right there. You can do song requests, by the way. All you have to do is, exclamation mark song request, and you can throw in another one. I'm kind of salty, though. I'm not gonna lie. Well, why are you salty about it? What's got you salty? Why would we be salty about the Sword and Shield, bro? So I know they're not gonna have the old Pokemon in, but they brought in some new ones. Well, they brought all new ones. Brought in some old ones. No Chespin or Jinx. That's their favorite ones. Are just ones you really enjoy. So my favorite's Charizard, obviously, and then my other ones are, not Cyndaquil, but Typhlosion, Infernal Ape, Blaziken. I'm a fire person, obviously. They made Gothita a version exclusive. Isn't? I'm trying to remember what Gothita is though. My favorite Pokemon is Steny and Mimikyu. I love Mimikyu. It's freaking cute. Somehow, some way, it's cute. It's just spelling things wrong right now. Pikachu is a horror. Oh man. I don't know if I want to do that. This is aggressive. It's aggressive. It's aggressive way. It's like, hold on. You said whore. Aggressively towards Pikachu. Don't let that happen again. Oh, okay. This cute little thing. I don't know how I felt about that, man. Yeah, that's I can live without it. In my opinion. I don't know why they made it exclusive, but they did. I'm a bit of weeb. How weeb are you? Because me and Sam are pretty weeb to the point that we're about to go fly to Japan next year. So we're that weeb. That's what we're weeb. We've been Sam's been more, but I've been studying some of it. And then Bunary's missing too. Yeah, I know. I'm sad. Pokemon Sword and Shield. This is a good Pokemon. I just want the list of them. They don't have images. They're just gonna be like, here's this Pokemon. Yeah, I'll play with a bunny rabbit any day. Wouldn't you? Marshadow. OMG. Oh my gosh. They're actually making armored evolutions come into? I feel like that's a lie. I feel like I'm not looking at the right list of stuff. This is what happens when you try to image search things. Here you go. List of Pokemon in IGN. Wait, do you want me to show any of this? Do you want to know who's in there? I mean, that's already kind of happened. Sirfetch'd is a sword exclusive. You can only get a sword? Oh. Glad Oddish made it this time. That's good. And Galarian Ponyta as a shield exclusive. But can you swap them? And then the rest are spoilers. You guys want to know the spoilers? Section below contains all Pokemon that will appear in the game. It is full Galarian Pokedex. If you do not want to know the names of every Pokemon in Sword and Shield, do not go past this point. Do you guys want me to go past this point? Do you care? Because I'm on the borderline of not giving a fuck. Yeah, it's still not loading the store right now. The store is broken. Steam is broken, guys. Alright, we're just gonna exit out and then go back in. I give you a Ponyta if you give me a Gothita. Yeah, I'm down. Hell yeah, I'm down. Definitely. Oh, King Furry, dude, jump into the freaking Discord, man. So then we get share deets, share details, jump in the adventure. That's actually a great way to say it. Jump in to the adventure. Oh, sorry, I was gonna start Steam up again after I exited it. It's updating Steam. Oh, you're in there already? Sweet, okay. I don't remember seeing you. That's why I'm like confused. Lost. I remember seeing you here. Oh, you're there. Alright. Yeah, you're there. You're ready. I believed you. I just don't remember seeing you. What is going on, Steam? What is this? Tell me. What have you done? Steam. But yeah, I like to get this the Pokemon background with Charizard actually officially like part of my stream. Right now it's kind of just prepping for Skyward Sword. For Sword and Shield. Yeah, guys, we're prepping for Skyward Sword. You guys didn't know, Nintendo's bringing Skyward Sword back. It's gonna be best ever Zelda game ever. All right. You can at me, okay? Straight at me. Tank. Are you sure you want me to see? You sure you don't want to? You don't want to see the list? Are you sure you don't want to see the list? I will show the list. That is not what I meant to do. Oh my goodness. There you go. That's what I was trying to bring it back. Oh no, I forgot. We're sitting on a blank screen there. So I meant to change it to Pokemon. Yeet. Yeah, while it's hot. Can't even close this. Steam's not even. You've already seen it already. That's why you're triggered. Okay, I just want to make sure because someone's gonna be in here like I don't want to see that. That would just die. Okay, so full list. You got we know that one. Why does it say new? Square Bunny, Raboot, Cinderace. We got Caterpie here. Don't care about that. See. Yeah, it's like random ones. Why Noctowl? Why who? I mean, they're cool. Like, why Butterfree? I honestly liked Butterfree in the beginning, but I'm hating on it. Liner Rock got the boot too, and Smeargle. Keep Smeargle? What the hell? I'd be freaking triggered. I'm freaking triggered. I fucking love Smeargle. Why the fuck would they kick him? Of all things. All Pokemon. What are they going for in this game? What's happened? Seedot and Nuzleaf is there. Shiftry. Like, they kept, like, some of them, but they booted some of the others. Why? What was the reasoning? Oddish is in there. Gloom. Bubble. Blossom. I don't really care about Blossom or Buddew or Rosalia or Roserade. Mingle is, like, weird. Plepper. Joltik. I don't know what Joltik is. I'm gonna have to close this. It's driving me nuts right now. Steam! What are you doing? I claimed Gen 1 would make it. Oh, so they're just putting all Gen 1s in? But I don't know. I think they fucked up already. I was looking for just the new Pokemon they had, like learn a whole new thing, honestly, because there's a whole new generation out right now. But yet Jinx is missing. I know. Yeah, you're right, he is. Why would they have Jinx missing? They brought all these guys in. Maybe Jinx doesn't fit into their idea, obviously, but Abra's missing. No, did I miss Abra on there? Oh, this is not an alphabetical list. The Hatterena is the best of the leagues. I haven't even seen Hatterena. Sizzly Peeds, Centiscord, Roly Coly. Like, why is Ragnagrola in there? Like, I don't really care about Nobat. Looks cute, but I don't care. Of course, these guys made it. It's Pikachu, Pichu, Raichu, Pengu. Yeah, it's a penguin with ice cube head. Yeah, I think I've seen it. The fuck is Applin and Flapple Apple and Appleton? What? Someone must have watched the Pineapple Pin. I got an apple. I got a pin. I got a pineapple pin. That's exactly what happened with these three Pokemon. Like, what the fuck? I mean, I know some people think I'm on drugs, but I'm not. These guys definitely were. Okay, now Steam is working. Jeez Louise, dude. Like, you're freaking killing me here, man. See, Dead by Daylight. I can type in just DBD. Dead by Daylight, right? It's a Dead by freaking crap. Wait, am I spelling this right? Wait, is this searching? Or maybe I'm not searching the right spot. Wait, hold on, I'm in my library. I thought I was in my store. Sorry. Maybe I should be going to bed. Come on, store. Let's go. Look, it's freezing again. Freaking dying, guys. Oh. Hey, Furry, where do you live, dude? I haven't asked that. I live in Phoenix, Arizona. Just outside of it. It's a special place. Space of wonders. Interesting thoughts and souls. I broke stream. Oh, or Steam. Oh, you're in Florida? Oh, Florida. Deep down there in the south. Deep south. Yeah, I definitely broke Steam. Somehow, some way, somehow, I broke it. It's done. Guys, we're gonna just put a fork in Steam. Home of the edgy people. I guess that's one way to put it. I just know that whenever I'm down south, everyone either drives like 10 miles under the speed limit, or they're driving like 30 miles over the speed limit, and there's no in between. Like, it drives me crazy when I was down there. Been down south 3 different times. I went one time to Virginia, twice to Florida. The first time to Florida was, yeah, it was Disneyland, and we went to Universal Studios. The second time we went just to Universal Studios. So that's all the places I've seen in Florida so far. Besides the airport. Alright, come on. Let's close this. You stop dying on me here, right? We're looking through this list. We got this. We can do this. I believe in you, Steam. Coming to work. Bonsley, like, why did Bonsley and Sudowoodo make it in? I thought they gave Sudowoodo a second. What's the word? Oh, it's finally loaded. Alright. Oh, it's 20 bucks right now. It's not 10 bucks, alright? I wish it was. It's not, though. They got a Stranger Things edition? Oh, that's so messed up. The frick is a Stranger Things edition, though? They're just it's literally the same price if you buy the $20 one. 80 Suitcase, Dead by Daylight, Stranger Things chapter. Mask for Payday 2, digital art book, special soundtrack. I don't care about any of that, it's fine. So what's the point? This. There's this. Includes 3 items. Date. Oh, you missed a sale then? Yeah, I definitely missed that sale. Tough. Ash vs. Dad. Ghostface. Nightmare on Elm Street. Ah, freak. What do I want to do? It's hard to choose. It really is. It's like, do I want to do this one or do this one? My stream breaking? I think Twitch is breaking right now. Yeah, okay. There we go. Refreshed. Sitting here freaking out. Yeah, this is a deal right here though. This is 15 off. For like 30 bucks I can get it. I get Dead by Daylight. With the Dead by Daylight. Whatever that is. 80s case. Oh, you get the 80s suitcase. You get the Stranger Things chapter. Yeah, wrapped up with I know what. I'll just buy the original one. Whatever. Stick a sock in it. Just for myself. Alright. Everybody turn around. You can't see this. It's not allowed. It's not allowed. Look away. Hey, look. My camera flipped. Is that throwing you guys off? You guys ready? Eyes are freaking dying right now. I thought I just did it. You. Oh, my bad. Just flipped the wrong thing. No! You flipped the wrong thing. There you go. Now I'm back to normal. So I'm looking at you guys. I'm looking at the screen. The screen is here. How could you ever miss the screen? Alright. Good doing. You did what on the stream the other day? Can't imagine what you could have been doing on stream the other day. Oh, downloading a game or purchasing Dead by Daylight? I hope I have enough room. I've been running out of room lately. Like, COD take over 100 and something gigabytes of data. That's how thick COD was. You showed your last 4 digits. Shame, shame. Fortunately, I didn't show my last 4 digits. You'll never know my last 4 digits. My digis. This is preparing Dead by Daylight files for install. You don't even know my confirmation code. It's fun. Just waiting for this. I gotta hope it actually loads the way things have been going at this rate. Anyways, what's a good song to listen to, Fergie? What you got? King Fergie, what do you got? So otherwise, I've been listening to Fire. Ooh, anime. What anime you watch, King? Allocating this space for Dead by Daylight. You know what? I'd be right back. I'm just gonna get a drink. I'm freaking thirsty right now. What happened to what? What happened? To sharing my screen? I switched it. Everything switched. Where have you been? I'm waiting for it to allocate this space. Oh, Sailor Moon, Ghost Stories, Devil Hunter, Demon Hunter is what you're thinking about? I know there's no Devil Hunter, Yokoko are my top 5 animes. I would say Hunter x Hunter, Parasite, Sword Art Online, Bleach is up there. It's not my top 5. I think it's more of my 10 or a 10. Oh, I have it all there. Goblin Slayer is awesome. It's all my. I'll be right back. What do you mean not that anime question? So confused. Left me lost and afraid of my soul. Oh, Fire Forces. Oh yeah. I don't know. Fergie, man, I'm trying to figure out what you're saying. You said, "What happened?" LOL. And then I asked anime. You put Sailor Moon, Ghost Stories, Devil Hunter, Yokoko are my top favorite animes, and then you're like, not that anime question. I kind of missed your anime question. I just asked what your anime were. That's it. I just asked what anime you like to watch. Oh. I go to a loop for no reason. Oh man. Still love you. Alright. Right now I've been watching Fire Force. Fire Force. And what else have I been watching? What is going on? What's going on with my life today? Ugh. Come on. My computer's fighting me. It's fighting me hard. I don't know why, but it is. I'm not happy with it. Alright, I'm gonna pause that. Alright. So listen carefully here. It's downloading right now. Alright. And then I will bring you guys back to this special site. I'll then do English voice acting. Ooh, bruh. Nah, man. I go full weeb. I can do subtitles. I don't do the English voice acting because sometimes to me it's off. Yeah, the best way to put it is like the words that are coming out of their mouth are not always the same as the Japanese translation of it. So it's like Japanese translation, not just the original original, actual. That's why I don't do English voice acting. I used to, but I got used to reading the subtitles, and now whenever I try to do English, like Naruto or Boruto, I was trying to watch them with the English voices, and I was like, that's not what they said. That their mouth did not move in the way those words should have came out. That's wrong. They need, you know what I mean? Like I've actually learned some Japanese. I can't sit here and speak it. And good luck trying to get me to pronounce it properly. But I can tell you like what I think the words we use, and I might be very freaking close to it. All right, might be losing my shit, but. What? Oh, this is another one. Okay. But, I want to log in. Fine, whatever. I will do. See, fire. Of course, OP. Since the song that's been on my every waking moment, you know. Oh, Dead by Daylight's not too bad. It's only 14 gigabytes. Oof. That's one hell of a oof there. For you. Oh, that's the oof you should be talking about. It sounds like my back is popping, but it's my chair. You're gonna warn me? What are you gonna be warn me? Warned. Oh, you kidding me? I play League, bro. There's no way they're gonna be able to beat League. Like, League is toxic as fuck. You get flamed for doing stuff that they think you're doing wrong when you're like doing everything everybody else does every time. It's freaking ridiculous. But I'm fine.
More enjoyable.
Hey guys, guess what? Ads. I'm just gonna mute this. Oh yeah, I play League. I don't stream League because I tend to get what's the word? You don't respect the game? What do you mean respect the game? I mean, you get mad at it, but like... I think DBD is more toxic than that, though. I don't know. We'll find out. We'll figure it out, because I feel like League is freaking toxic, because you get flamed for anything. Like... You just simply didn't gank somewhere. I play jungle, so I get yelled at all the time in League. But you know, I'll get yelled at because I didn't help someone out because they didn't tell me they needed a gank, and when they told me they needed a gank, they're already like 2 kills down or plus, and at that point it's kind of hard to get you back. 3, unless I'm doing fine and my other laners are doing fine, I can't help you. I might be toxic yourself. Alright, let's see how we do. And in which way would you be toxic? Like, what do people get yelled at? What makes DBD toxic? Like, in what way? How bad could it be? I mean, I can believe it's freaking terrible, but you know, you deal with League of Legends, which has like 8 million people, you know, worldwide. It's a lot. In game chat? Yeah, that's how they are in game chat. In League. It's horrible at the end. Like yelling at other people because they're stupid for trying to take the generator or something first. I'm gonna be freaking horrendous. I hope you know that. Like, I'm not gonna start off good at all. How long have you played Dead by Daylight? Yeah, I'll Discord with you. Why not? At least you can talk to me that way. I don't think you. Dragon's Cavern. I'm just putting gaming chat. What do you mean gaming chat? Since launch. Ooh, geez. So you're there. You've been there. Cool. Alright, well, I'm in gaming chat right now, so. We're almost done. You ever watch Mob Psycho? It's just gonna be like 10 minutes. It's not bad. It's 10 minutes of Warrior Forge. I'll be honest right now though, I'm not gonna be up for at least, I'm gonna sleep in like an hour. We'll put it an hour. We'll cap it an hour. I'm ready for this movie. You guys ready for Jumanji 2? Freaking crazy. Oh, hey Fergie, you're in here. I see that talking. Am I not hearing you? Oh, what's going on?
Oh shit.
Oh.
Hi.
What's up? Did you scare yourself there for a second?
Huh? Oh, no, I have him push to talk.
Oh. Sitting here like, I don't hear him. He's in the chat.
Yeah, I just didn't want to be rude.
Y'all good.
But yeah, DPD community is like mad toxic.
Yeah. I'm like trying to figure out how, because I'm like, in League, you know.
People get bad at the most stupidest stuff on the game. Like, I don't. It's like it doesn't make any sense how people get toxic on the game. I mean, I guess it makes sense, but people. I will say this: back in the day when I first was playing DBD,
Yeah.
normally it would be the killers that were like being toxic to the survivors. But nowadays, it's like the higher rank is, the survivors are being toxic to each other. Like after game chat. You're like, oh, you're shit tier. You don't know how to survive. It's like silly stuff. Like, oh, you're using flashlights. You're using crutch perks and stuff. It was like,
Gosh.
This is very toxic, man.
Those little things like that. That's after chat though. In League, like, I put it this way, right? I watched the video. I wasn't in the game, but this guy was playing top lane. I forget what freaking. What was he even playing? What champion? Anyways, there's a Teemo that was supposed to be a support in the bot lane. Well, he decided to help out the mid laner, so he was in mid lane. Well, the guy was like, "Bro, get out of the mid lane. You're trolling. Stop, man. Like, mid lane doesn't need your help or support. You're supposed to be down at the bottom." And he's like, "No, I got it. Like, if I'm up, the team was like, I got it. I'm up here. I'll help our mid laner go. They snowball. We win the game, right?" He's like, "I've done this for different games and stuff. It's no biggie, right?" And the guy's like, "All right, you're banned." And like, he's like, "I'm getting my friend from Riot," and literally had him like banned from the game just because he didn't like that he was playing the mid lane instead of the bot lane.
Yeah.
So I was like, yeah, all right, dude. Like. At the same time, I get it, because technically, like, bottom and support are supposed to be in the bot lane. That's where they're supposed to be at. You know, when you switch things up in a ranked or, like, a casual game, you know, people start questioning things, but, like, they do the same thing in Pro. You'll watch in Pro, they'll take out the first turret, and they'll go up in the mid lane. Or sometimes they'll go top lane, and they'll play in the top lane. So I was like, I don't know why you were getting all upset about this one Teemo playing this one time with you in the mid lane. Like, dude, it wasn't even his lane. He was in the top lane, and he's getting mad about the mid lane. I was like, okay, dude. Like, and then I've had people yell at me as a jungler and be like, you were up here, you're a fucking piece of trash. Like, don't play jungle again ever. Don't play Evelyn. Don't play, you know, at all. Like, just get the fuck off. Like, and all that happened was that they fed. I didn't play better, and we lost. Whoop-de-doo. Like, it sucks. Play the next game. But, you know, you're getting flamed while you're playing the game. It's like, how does anyone focus if you're sitting here tilting everybody, you know? Like, there'd be people who are like, oh, I'm the best, like, I got this. And then they're like, 0 to 10, you know, 15 minutes into the game, and they're yelling at you for them losing. It's like, no, bro, like, you could have backed off any time, but you sat there and kept pushing yourself. Like, stuff like that. That's how League is toxic.
Yeah, I think the last time I played the League, I stopped playing. Well, I mean, I kind of quit playing it, not because they were being toxic, but it was funny to me because I was laughing in game chat because, like, I was playing Lux because I love Lux a lot. So they were telling me, they were like, "You're supposed to be in the middle. You don't respect the game." I was like, I'm new, so I mean, I didn't know what the fuck to do. So I was just like running around the house.
Nah, I gotcha. See, in that case, like, you know, they could be more helpful and be like, yo, bro, you know what you're doing, you know? And you'd be like, honestly, no, man, I just started playing the games. Like,
Yeah,
legit, like,
no.
Lux plays mid now. Mid is Lux is a mid pick now. So, like, you're maybe ahead of other people who just didn't think of Lux being mid. Like, it's stupid shit like that, you know, like, where they can just simply be like, take it with a grain of salt and go on. Like, I've seen people play Nico jungle and actually do a pretty fucking phenomenal job of it. You know, like, Nico's one of the newer champions, but she's like this chameleon that can change and stuff, and she's really met more for like a support. Like, she has the hills and everything, and she's not tanky at all, you know. But yeah, they took him jungle and freaking kicked the shit out of everybody. So I was like, damn, it's messed up.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Those games are toxic. I don't know, but I mean, League was alright. I expect weeboos to be toxic like that anyway.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know about Dead by Daylight. So.
Yeah, DVD's community is mostly weeboos and furries. So they're very toxic too.
Gotcha.
Yeah. People on DVD are like nuts. Like, they get mad over the most stupidest shit.
I can believe it, dude.
Yeah, you'll see. I mean, I'm like rank 8 right now, so you'll probably, if we play, you'll probably get like a back in the day, we probably would get a rank 20 killer because you start off at rank 20.
Okay.
But now you'll probably get like a rank 7 killer. I'm so sorry, but like, yeah.
Is that high or low?
That's high, very high.
Okay, let's just make sure. Gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, you'll probably do fine. I mean, they'll be
I'll
like,
be okay, but we'll see. I've seen some play. I kind of have an understanding how things work. I've played another game. You see the, it's last year. No, it's not Last of Us. It's like last year or something. That I forget the name.
Wait, did you see me play that or?
No, I played it. I played it.
Oh.
Yeah, it's last year.
You know what?
Nightmare.
I was upset about that game. Like,
Really?
they could have put that like extra harder because it was a good game. It wasn't bad at all.
I thought it was fine. I think there was just a few things needed to twerk with it, with the way the killers and stuff, and then what really plagued them the most for me was like just the glitches in the game. Just kind of made it hard for some people to play. You know, you'd be the killer running around, right? And then like you got stuck being beaten by the survivors because they're like some glitch would go off. Like I think in that case it was just like someone like threw a fire at you and like the fire would go out but like the fire would still be there, so you couldn't like warp into nothingness to escape. Like you would still be there, so they would just beat you. And there was times when like I was playing the killer and all of a sudden it would just freeze and I couldn't even like move or anything or do anything, so I would just end up dying. And that would happen a couple times in the game with me, but I would still play the hell of it. It just, they needed a little bit more content in my opinion. So
Yeah, I think what they should have did with that game is just like the first killer honestly would have been the Strangler. I feel like he should have been like the first killer and the only one they released like from the start, because he was a good killer. Like he was legit creepy because you could just be walking and then you just get pulled back by fucking chains.
yeah,
I think that made he was like very cool. I loved that killer because it was just so funny how people responded. Because if you like was a scraggler, he'd just pull you back.
right. I freaking love playing him. The only issue I ever had was that his durability, you know, and his health was low.
The giant was horrible.
Ooh, yeah, they fixed him. They made him better, but the field still didn't quite made him enjoyable to play. Like you picked him as a last resort, pretty much at first. To the point that everyone was like, "All right, well, we know he's gone through the axe, and we're about to make it to the end of the game, so he's gonna probably pick the giants so he can like block us and like beat the hell out of us as best as he can. You know, so we're ready for him. You know." And what's that?
Oh, I was saying he was boosted.
Yeah, they give them some boost, and I think they for like a little bit, like if you like charged at people, you just kept running, you know, and it didn't really quite end, and so they kind of went and fixed that, and then they boosted his ability to like exit from that rage run, which made it a little bit better. But at that point, like it just became down to the Strangler and the axe, you know. And honestly, they put the axe guy in there. Like I was looking forward to the axe guy because that's what I expected. That's what they debuted with, you know. Yeah. Because that's what I watched the first trailer was that. So the get like 2 other killers with it was like special, but maybe it was too much for them. Like you said, like they should have just started off with the Strangler. It would have been dope, you know, like running around and maybe add some closer spots because the Strangler was the worst one to have almost at the end, right? Like you felt that as the survivors could run away and you couldn't hide somewhere and ambush them and get them like.
Well, I think it depends on the map with the Strangler, because I've seen people like at the gym and they get pulled off the ramp like from the top and land on the bottom. It was hilarious.
That was the best map for him. I felt like
some people really knew how to work him though. I think one time I was just walking around the map and I got snatched through a vent by the Strangler. It was like hilarious. I sent you a clip from last year.
Did you?
Yeah, I sent it on Discord.
Gotcha.
It's funny. I shared it with the devs of the game, and they liked it or whatever because the clip was like hilarious.
All right. Let's see. Watch it. Just freaking.
Yeah, you might want to turn it down though because it's like.
I got you, Troy.
Chad, fucking Chad. It's always Chad's fault.
It's just so funny.
Yeah, we got plenty of time.
Well, you're dead.
Yeah,
It's gonna happen in Chad. That was it? Okay. Oh, freak.
Yeah, it was completely off guard.
I'll have
Like,
to watch it again. Oh shit. Dude. Thanks for sharing that with me.
oh, you're welcome. Yeah, that was something else. Like, it literally caught me off guard.
Yeah, I'm gonna post this in the Discord server. So enjoy that. There we go. Oh no. Gesture laughs. We'll put on the gesture laughs. Yeah, dude. I was the strangler once, and I caught someone so off guard. Like, I pulled them through the vent. They like screamed, and I was just laughing my ass off the whole entire time. I was just like, yo. Because I think they fixed that. I think you could hear, as a killer, you could hear everyone talking. I don't know if they fixed that or not. Forgot. I think for for a little bit you could hear everybody.
Yeah, that was horrible. Like, sometimes it was funny, I guess, hearing the killer talk to you, and then they're like lying, saying that they're a survivor.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think they fixed that. I think. I don't remember now. It's been such a bit, to be honest. And, well, got 3 seconds left on this.
Nice. I think you might like DVD. It's not a bad game. You have your good games, and then you have your I will tell you this though. I'm not gonna even lie to you. There are some broken killers.
Just a little bit.
Oh, well, I wouldn't say a little bit. There's like some broken killers.
Oh, which ones are broken though?
Well, me, my personal favorite, since I'm a weeaboo, the Spirit, she's very broken. She's the strongest killer in the game.
Gotcha.
I'd say. So if we get a Spirit at this rate, I'll try to tell you what to do. But, I mean, she's the most broken character in the game. Like, I kid you not. Like, I've seen people who, like, legit play way better than me. Like,
yeah.
They get so mad when I tell them that I play the Spirit. Because, like, she's so broken. Because, like, what she does is, okay, so basically what she does is, you can see her, but when she gets ready to use her ability or whatever, she starts like twitching and shit. And so she goes completely invisible, and next thing you know, she could be right in front of you.
Oh, okay. So it just like flashes into you?
Well, you'll know when she's well, it depends. If she's like, if the person playing her is like a sneaky person like me, there's like add-ons for killers, where you can get, okay, so basically we're gonna hope that we get like a baby Spirit. You'll hear like a noise, like a train or some shit, like it's like a shower noise.
Okay. You're cutting out a little bit. Hey, King Furry, hold on real quick. For some reason, something's going on with the sound.
Oh. With my mic?
No, I don't think it's your mic. I think it's my internet or something. I'm not sure.
Is it better now?
It's fine right now. It was like you were talking, and all of a sudden it would just really drop really low. For a second. Yeah, it was just confused.
What was the last thing you heard?
You were telling me you hear like a train or sound or something along that lines?
Oh yeah. So it's like a shower sound almost, like you hear water running in like an empty tub. That's what it sounds like when she's coming towards you. You know what? Actually, I could give you a tutorial on the killers if you want me to.
I'm
Or we
down.
can just hop in. Yeah, I
Um,
feel like this would be better. Because
Like,
I'll just
if you give me a low, quick down, dirty version of it, and then we'll hop in after that, that'd be amazing.
yeah.
Is that-
What I'll do is I'm gonna give you the I won't be sweaty. I'll just they do have this thing called kill your friends basically, and
Okay.
some people use it to like practice or whatever. And I'll just uh I'll invite you and then I'll just show you how to. I'll get my most toxic spirit and I'll show you how to do it or whatever.
Okay.
I won't
got it.
scare you because it wouldn't be fair to use the scary build where you don't hear anything, basically. Because she does have a build where she can, like, she removes the sound, basically, so you won't hear nothing. She'll just grab you.
Okay.
Yeah, it's horrible, dude.
It's like, here, we want to make the creepiest.
Oh yeah,
killer
that's
in the
why I
game.
play. I love playing jump scare killers. Like it's funny, especially her. Like, dude, someone could be because like as Survivor, you want to repair generators so you can power up the exit gate, and there's like 5. So basically, I'll do the version with the sound. That's what I'll do because I don't want to do the one without the sound because it's rare that someone will have that.
Yeah, I think that my biggest learning curve is gonna be learning all the add-ons, but I mean, this shouldn't be too bad, I guess, in my opinion. Sorry, I feel like I'm pretty seasoned in some sense, but
Oh yeah, you're good, dude. I mean, it's good that I play Spirit because I can help you combat her since she's the strongest killer in the game. So that's like a plus, I guess.
super plus. Appreciate it. Take it. Okay, so I'm in now.
Alright, I'm gonna invite you, and you should see it. It'll show up in game because they have an in-game lobby system now.
Okay.
What the fuck? Hold on, dude. I thought they had banned.
I'm just like, do I have you added? What?
Oh yeah. Shit. Hold on, I gotta change my name. Oh yeah, you do have me added from Destiny.
Oh yeah, yeah. Does that crossover? Was it Steam that I added you?
Yeah, I have your name on here.
Okay. If not, I can just drop it in Discord.
No, I get it. Alright.
I forgot to change this real quick. How long have you been streaming, dude?
Since 2016.
Dang, congrats. The long run.
Yeah, I'm on and off with streaming and stuff because, I mean, I don't know, I'm kind of shy, I guess. I don't like screaming a lot. I do sometimes because I play DVD with. I just recently got back into screaming.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, it's my first year streaming, so.
I'm surprised I still have people in my Discord because I barely scream, sadly.
Gotcha. Yeah, I've watched kind of same thing happen to one streamer. I was watching the hell out of her, and then she got a job, and she was almost on, wasn't even on for like over a month or so. I almost want to say 2 months, and she lost just people one after another. It's like, alright.
Alright. Let me invite you. Okay.
There we go. Got it. Accept.
That. like okay, let me see. Let's go here. This would be a good map.
Yeah, weird. Okay, interesting.
Okay, just click ready whenever you're ready.
Sorry, I'm reading through the perks real quick.
Oh, you're fine. Take your time.
Bad hard, very rare. Vivid, perk. Okay. Interesting. No, I'm not sure how all these work. Oh, this is just tutorials. I'm like sitting here confused. Oh, you can be a spectator? That's interesting. Alright. Okay. It's gonna be hell of interesting. Just a little bit, to say the least. It's like I've always been watching it, but the one person I watch, she plays. She's like, yeah, it's a lot more nerve-wracking to actually play the game than watch it.
Oh yeah, especially if they're using like silent add-ons. Yeah, it's terrible.
Let's see. And I'm not a big horror game person, so that's why like the last year and was freaking like amazing to me. I was like, oh my gosh. And then to know that Dead by Daylight has this, I'm like, yes. I will do this. I'm down to doing it. Alright. Oh man.
Okay, let's find out where you spawned at.
Let's see. Big, yellow, and yeah. We'll say big yellow tractor. Claw? This is gonna be freaking crazy. Hold on one second. Scare the crap out of me. Just gotta turn down the. I don't care about the menu. What's so important about the menu music? The heartbeat. I see the heartbeat's already getting me. I'm like, I haven't even done anything and already know it's pretty bad. I see you now.
Okay.
Alright, I'm just adjusting my sensitivities. I adjusted the wrong ones. Adjusted for the killer. That's creepy that you can hear her like frickin' crackle. Just FYI. I'm surprised. I'm running ultra graphics right now and still streaming fine.
when you play DVD, play it in like low graphics.
Okay.
Yeah. Now that won't mess up like your view of the game. It'll look normal.
Hello. How are you doing?
Oh.
You want me to just stand here or?
I was just trying to see. Did you hear the noise or whatever? What I was talking about?
Try it one more time.
All right. Do you hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the noise. That means the spirit is coming. That little noise that you hear. Sometimes you won't hear it though. Whenever you hear that, you should just stop what you're doing and just like hide or something. Wait, where did you go?
I ran. I just wanted to see how it felt to run around. Oh, that was the... You see me?
Did you see? I was trying to find you.
Yeah, no.
Alright. So at least you got the noise down.
It was like you heard it. I was like, mention for people? What else is there? Over that way? No. What's that now?
Alright.
Oh, this is fun. That really cool. How can I wiggle?
AD.
It's like wondering how hard do I need to wiggle.
Wait, what? Don't run. Oh, that's another thing. If she bumps into you, she knows where you are. Like, if I, like, that's how I knew you were right here, because when she phases, I bump into you, like I know you're right there. Okay.
So, what's the red light in front of her? Is that just, like, where she can see?
Oh, yeah, that red light, that means the killer is near you. Now, some smartasses, they will do, like, hold on, come right here. I'll show you something very important. Let's see. Okay. Now, some people, I think this is the perfect spot. Now, some killers, they'll do like this. They'll hide their red light from you so you think they're gone, and then she'll be standing here, like, in the same spot.
Gotcha.
Alright. So, let's see. Oh god, you used it too early. I wanted to show you, come over here. Let me see, there should be another one.
I just saw space and I was like,
alright. Did you lose me? I'm right
no.
here.
You just disappeared for a second and I was like, alright. Not sure why.
Alright, now slam that down on me. Yep, let's put you under there. And then you run away before I break it.
Alright, what else do you want to show me? I think you can hide in these things.
I wouldn't do that because most people expect you to be in those, but you can if you're good at it or whatever.
Yeah.
You want to do these? They're like 5. It says 2 because like you're the only person, but normally there's like 5 and you have to do these.
And why do you want to do these?
Oh, so you can power the exit door.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and if you don't get off of it, you can smash you up like that.
You hear me tipping away.
That's some fast typing. I wish I could type that fast when they pick me
up. I like, I guess, one finger. Let's see, what else?
Let me show you.
What is these 2 things?
Where?
It shows like your little guy running. Like right above it says two. Oh, it says 2 generators. Oh, what? The door?
Yeah.
Our door.
I think the door is right here. You know what? Honestly, let me see where it's at. Because normally, see the doors. Sometimes they'll spawn in different places. Normally, it would be right here. Wait, where did you go? Shit.
Right behind you.
You have to forgive me. I'm blind as killer sometimes.
Like I'm still following you. Pretty good.
Shit, where is the damn door? Oh, there it is. It's over here. Normally it's... Oh, yep, that big door right here. You won't be, able to, open it unless all the gens are done. Well, actually, it used to... Wait, where are you?
I'm over here somewhere.
I think you lost me.
I did lose you somehow. I guess
Do you
it's
see me now?
yeah, nope.
Wait.
I was by the truck.
What? Where is
I
it?
thought.
Not this truck. Right? What?
No.
Hold
By
on.
the second
I
generator.
lost you.
Don't know how you lost it. Oh, there you are. There you are. Ah, there you go. Alright, where's the door? Is this one?
Right here. Don't lose me now.
I'm not losing. Are you froze for a second? And you're gone now. Okay, there you go. Let's see where you're at. Oh, that door. Gotcha.
Yeah. After you do all generators out. Alright, follow me this way. I think you slightly got it. Another thing that you, on gen, they'll give you skill checks if you... Oh, don't hop in that, because it'll make you leave. You want to do this? This is what I was showing you. Like, if you see one of those lit up, pop it. Depending on... You kind of gotta... what happened?
I just got kicked.
Uh-oh. That's weird.
Yeah, that's super weird. Also, it just showed me a loading screen for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know why you got kicked.
Yeah, it said I got disconnected. Interesting.
Did it bring you back to the lobby or no?
It just brought me to running, and it's just showing my score and stuff. Now I'm in the lobby.
Okay, that's that. Let's see.
It's the same.
Also, I was gonna tell you there is one survivor I would recommend if you're just starting off. Claudette. She has a perk where she can heal herself.
Okay.
So I would start off with her if you're like brand new. Some people play her because of that. Because you can basically heal if you don't have a med kit.
Okay, gotcha. And we'll start off with that. That sounds good.
Alright, one more thing I have to show you.
Yeah, no problem. You want me ready up?
Yeah. Alright, this is gonna be a little bit more tougher.
Throw them all at me.
Forgive me.
They're fine.
Oh yeah, this is the last one I'm gonna show you because this is my last favorite killer.
Which one is it?
I can't tell you. That would ruin it.
Oh, fine.
You could when you get into the match, just start on the gen.
Okay.
And I'll find you.
Oh, it sounds like someone I know. But I won't say it. Surprise me.
Alright, I'm so sorry in advance.
Oh, blew up it. Oh. Okay, so
what you want to do, you want to hit the skill check,
Yeah.
and
I'm just saying, blowing it up. It's the best. Oh, well, hello. How you doing? Should I actually run? Never mind. Not the killer I thought you were gonna pick.
nope, this is Myers. This is your worst nightmare.
I can believe it.
Okay. Yep, this is your worst nightmare. What? Don't run. I'm going to find you if you run. You shouldn't run.
Oh, Brennan! What? Alright, anything you want to show me with this killer? Besides that.
Oh. So basically, did you know I was near you or no?
I just looked back and I saw that you were walking up, that's all.
Oh. Were you like, another, oh yeah, Myers doesn't have a heartbeat basically.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't hear anything. I just was looking around.
Yeah, I was trying to jump scare you because I was playing jump scare Myers.
Gotcha.
Basically, he has an add-on where he can see through walls and shit. It's so funny to just slap people and walk away and they think you're gone.
I can believe it.
Right. So, if you see, alright, come over here.
How do I
Let me
heal
find
myself?
a pallet. Wait, did you put on self-care?
Did I put what?
Oh, so for her to heal herself, she has to run the perk called self-care, and it's like.
Okay. Then I don't have any perks I think unlocked yet.
Oh
That's what
well, you get hers for free. Like her self-care, you get it for free.
Let me check
It's
the
like-
controls then. Maybe that's why. Control space M1. What's M2 is the mouse button. Oh yeah, I think I had those, but it doesn't show me how to use my perks. Crazy? Or am I just not seeing it? Action. Oh, it's E. East. Okay, so it's not available? You have to do stuff to get it available?
What? Do what?
To use your perk? Or your ability?
Oh nah. Soon as you click on her perk section, they should have given you level 1 self-care.
Oh. Might not got that done.
Yeah.
Maybe
Soon as you
fails.
click on the perk, so
No,
practice
you can see
and
me.
Wait, no, go ahead and do your skill check. Another thing about Myers, you see how I'm looking at you right now?
Yeah.
Okay. When he's doing that, you want to get the fuck out of dodge. I can't, because if he does that for so long, he could one-shot you, basically. Which means he could just slap you and you'll fall down, or whatever. Because he has to stalk you from, like, a distance before he can, like, one-shot you. So if you see someone walking up to you like this, just, like, hide or something, or get out of dodge.
Gotcha.
Did you figure the skill checks out, or no?
I'm still trying to figure them out. I guess sorta did, but like my reaction time is so slow at the moment. It's not funny.
Yeah, because if you mess up skill checks, yeah, like that'll get you caught by Myers. Since he doesn't have a heartbeat, he can easily just walk up on you and grab you when you do stuff like that.
Sorry, I'm like watching you and listening to you talk, and I was like,
Yeah. Is this scary to you?
what is?
Myers.
Oh, not at the moment. Just sitting here talking me through everything, so it is like. Okay.
Whoa.
I'm just trying to get this damn skill check down, because
You'll get it. It's what I did. I remapped my button for skill check to like shift, basically, and that's why I don't mess up on skill checks anymore. Because I used to hate having to hit spacebar. It was like so annoying.
I can believe it. I keep doing it too soon. You gotta do it right near the end, right? Where the oh, dude, you're like over there, and then you're like over there.
Huh?
I like watched you walk away and then come right back, and had like no clue you were.
I
coming
told
back.
you, why Myers is like nuts.
Crazy.
Yeah, I've jump scared so many people playing this killer. That's purposely why I do it.
Gotcha. Alright, well, I'm gonna stop messing with that. I will get it eventually. You said this? Ah!
Why are you running?
Hold on.
Double kill.
It's a trap!
Oh, I thought I had it.
Denied.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
No, apparently I don't have it. I thought I had a sound effect for it. I may have forgot which one it is. What are we doing?
Denied.
That's not it either.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
You just dropping me?
Yeah, if the killer picks you up and drops you so many times, it'll throw you off.
Oh, and you just kind of like dying.
That's something they put in the game not too long ago, because some people used to, like, some killers would purposely, like, drop survivors. And so, that's why they used to dribble survivors to the hook, basically. Oh, that's another thing. Alright, come up here.
Okay.
The last thing you have to learn.
Hook. Amazing hook.
Yes, the hook.
Scared me.
Alright. What you want to do, if someone is on a survivor's on the hook, you want to unhook them. Basically, so you hold M1, but make sure the killer isn't near you because he can pull you off of the hook if he's like camping. Because that's what some killers do. They'll sit around the hook and guard the survivor. Like they'll sit in their face and shit, and just like sit and do 360s and stuff.
Oof.
Yeah.
Look here,
So
let me just do this.
now I will show you how to be hooked. Alright, this is your last lesson, and now you got it. So that's what happens when you get the hook. So another thing yep. So you want to hit spacebar when those little things come out. Unless you're the last person, then you automatically die.
Oh, gotcha. I was just like, I was ready to fight for it, and I was like, no. Got sacrificed. Sacrifice. What is that?
So now you got it. You're a pro survivor main now.
Nice. Alright. That's up to you if you want to play a game or not.
Oh yeah, we can. I ain't got shit to do.
Yeah, we'll just play like one game and then I'm gonna call it. Because I got sleeping, get some homework in tomorrow.
Alright, dude.
Then I want to mess with my damn panels. Okay, so I just saw this tweet. I don't know if you ever seen Paladin Amber.
Nah.
Stream and stuff. She's an Australian streamer, but she's freaking hilarious. Anyway, she's like, you ever get strangled by your hoodie and you're like, damn, why do the things I love hurt me the most? And I was like, that's not where I thought you were going with that. I was definitely thinking, it's like, why do you love being choked by your own hoodie? Not gonna ask any questions after that part, but you know, BB. Oh, I forgot to continue. I bet. Like sitting here waiting.
Alright.
I thought I was waiting for you, but you're waiting for me.
Yeah.
Alright, here we go. What should we do? You're just gonna send me invite or?
Yeah. There you go. Nice. So you see the little hexagon? I think that's what the fuck that is.
That the loadout?
Yeah, loadout. That's where you get the perks. You probably should switch to Claudette first.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah. And then it should say you have 3 unique perks or something like that. And one of them should be like a hand or some shit.
Self-care. Okay, I didn't activate it. That's what happened last time. What, Babel?
Thunderstorm on the way.
Oh, it's a thunderstorm on the way. This early in the morning? That sucks.
What early in the morning? No, what's getting off so we can take out garbage and everything. Did you hear me?
No, what was that?
Look to getting off because we need to take out garbage and go to sleep.
Yeah. I told me to play one game and get done. Just a little bit.
I'm tempted to not even take out garbage because we didn't have that much.
Just hate it. It's getting stinky in the trash can.
I mean, it's stinky. It's a garbage can.
I mean, that's true, but you don't have to talk like that. But a garbage can. Maybe I like it nice and clean, okay? Just because you're a piece of garbage doesn't mean it can't be clean. Ooh,
Anyways.
geez, dude. Yeah.
If anything, we can just take it out tomorrow around 11 o'clock. Because our fucking garbage people don't pick up until the middle of the night. Alright, give me a kiss. Well,
I like how you brought the dog in here with you.
he woke up from the thunder.
That was thunder?
Yeah, it was thunder.
Wow, I honestly, headphones block out so much.
Come on, Nicholas, put it down. Come on, Nick.
Is level 50 the highest you can get on Survivor?
Hmm? Oh,
Level 50?
no, that's like player level. The highest rank you can get is 1. Oh, did you see what I'm talking about? You see how toxic people are?
Nah, I missed it. I wasn't paying attention to any of that.
Yeah, he said he said he's gonna let us both die.
Oof. That's good. I'll take that. I take
Now
that.
I have a mission.
You have a mission? Not to die? I will take that.
No, I have a mission. I'm gonna fuck him over in the match and laugh about it later. Oof. Big oof.
Big oof. Mega oof.
You should have spawned with me, or not. Oh god, this is that.
What's that?
Where are you?
I'm over here.
Okay,
It's
come
the
here.
Dude that you want to
I see you. Do you see me?
Gotcha. Yeah, I see you.
Alright, okay, the killer is over here. So follow me.
Okay.
That's what he gets, asshole. Just run with me. Hold W and shift. Oh shit. Wait, no. Yeah, he's right there. Alright. Just stay still.
Just running around in circles.
Don't come near me. I'm about to show you something. I hope he comes this way. Nope, never mind. He didn't do it. Alright, come with me. We're gonna have to run now.
Might have to switch my crouch. It's pretty annoying.
Yeah, just
Or just
follow
make
me.
it a toggle. On. Start repairing it or wait?
no. 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 Hey. I just got freaking disconnected. The host. What's going on? It's rough.
Yeah, I was wondering what happened.
I was like, okay, should we start? I'm like, still there, still waiting. Like, what the frick is going on? Why is that showing up? My snip stuff is showing up. They're like, here, you want to snip it? Well, I'll actually make it back in the game, or you're in the match.
Oh nah, you can't rejoin.
Oh. Well,
Wow, what a dick this killer is.
what did he do?
He just tunneled the guy I just saved. You asshole.
It's like there's no reason it should be really be getting kicked from it. It's weird.
Oh my god. Look. Yep, we got a sweaty killer this round.
Oof. I'm just going through tutorials right now, so it's not big.
That match was a oof moment. I feel bad though. I didn't think we were gonna get a toxic killer right away.
I mean, I actually technically didn't get a toxic killer because I'm no longer in the game, so I don't have to worry about it.
Lol. I don't know. Do you know how you got disconnected or no?
Nah, I have no clue. I'm trying to figure it out, but all I can think is that something popped up, like the snip man popped up, but I didn't see it until after I got kicked, so.
Oof.
And I have good internet. Freaking amazing internet.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's sort of they have servers now. They back in the day they didn't have servers for this game, so I don't know what happened there. It might have been that dude or whatever. He probably DDoS. Did you want to try another game or did you have to go?
Try another game. You guys already finished?
Oh yeah, I died.
Oh.
Yeah, he tunneled the screamer, and then he lost me for a little bit, but it was an odd game from there on. He wasn't that good of a killer. So basically that was Ghostface. He's another killer. And so when you see them like running at somebody, don't run out in the open like you did last time. That's a bad move.
Like, I didn't see him until it was like last second.
Yeah, you want to hide behind a rock or something.
Alright. What do you keep your resolution at?
For this game, LOL, I have it on Ultra. Oh, yeah, it's 100%. She's your problem. And I LOL this person. At least they're not being toxic about it. They're probably surprised because you're like rank 20 and I'm like rank 8. That's okay though. We probably won't start together this match. I'll try to find you to stay close to help you.
Okay. Start following people around like a little baby goose. Yeah, I was playing Untitled Goose earlier. That was pretty good. It got a little frustrating though. I was like, this game is harder than I thought it was gonna be. Ugh.
I've seen some people rage at that game, and I'm like, yeah, it does look kind of ragey. Trying to keep the goose in the box and pass the table and all the other stuff.
Oh man, you can really hear that thunder right now.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Feels bad, man. It's cool. You know what? I honestly don't want to see another hurricane thunderstorm. I know we're down here. We had a Category 5 hurricane last year.
Yeah. Oh, who's the killer this time?
You don't know until you see them. It's all
okay.
random.
It's fucking Mike Myers.
Oh, did you
Yeah,
see
it
him?
Yeah, I see him.
Okay, then run. Don't let him. He's probably stalking you.
Yep. Or you fucking screwed.
I'm coming. He's probably doing that because you're like a low rank or whatever. He's like, this person will be easy to kill. Okay, I'm near you. My perk just went off. It lets me know where he is. Let me see.
Oh, I ran away from him.
Oh yeah, he probably was stalking you. That bastard. Where are you?
Oh yeah, he freaking got me.
Yeah, he probably was stalking you. Okay. No! Feels bad, man. Yep, I knew you were near me. You ran pretty far. This will get his attention now. If he has...
He's ready.
Get your ass back, bitch.
I'm pretty sure he's still around.
Bruh, that hitbox is not. How would you hit me?
I was gonna play decoy. Sound good? Probably leaking everywhere right now.
Where is he? I hate this killer.
Probably following my blood track right now.
Let me see. Where are you?
I'm... Let's see, on the other side of the fields. Oh crap, I missed that skill check. I'm by a generator.
Harry, I'll try to find you.
By a shed. So you know if that helps.
You ran stealth here, didn't you?
Yeah, I'm running right now. That's why I messed up.
Okay. Let me turn my volume up because I can't hear shit. Alright. On my way to find you. Hopefully. What else do you see besides you?
Oh, there you are. There you are. Right here. Turn around. Turn around. Turn around. Right here. At the tractor.
What?
You don't see the blue tractor? Yeah.
No. I think you see someone who's playing the same Survivor.
Oh, I do. Damn it.
Wait. I'm by the tractor now. Do you see me?
A blue tractor? No. I don't see you by a blue tractor.
Yeah, there's probably somebody else playing Kate.
Yeah, it definitely was. Unless you really, like, lagged the hell out just now and didn't see me.
Lol. What type of shirt does she have on? Is it like purple?
Purple.
Oh, that's me then.
Oh, you just walked the hell away, didn't you?
Oh, I didn't see you. See, that's what's good about Claudette. You can barely see her sometimes. Wait,
Hey,
where
where
are
you
you?
at right now?
On top of the tractor.
Stay there then. I know where
Okay,
it's
I see you. Come here. Okay,
You?
I see you.
I don't see you.
I'm right here. Wait, how? Oh god, I think he's over here too, so you might want to hide.
Okay.
Shit.
Oh, freaking.
That bastard. Go away, you fucker. He found me.
Oh, you're at a different blue tractor then.
Nope, you're not stalking me.
Yeah, I was across the field, I guess.
You psycho. Yeah, I'm dead. Fuck this psychopath. What is this? He did something I've never seen anyone do at this ring. Like, I
What was that?
stood still because I expected him to go, like, the same way.
Oh, I just saw you get attacked. Oh, I
Put
see
me
you.
down. Put me down.
It's bringing you down. So that was you I saw.
Yeah. I kind of ran off. Bruh. Well, this just hit a nice. Why would he come down here? Whoa.
He's still alive. For a moment.
Don't come this way though. Not yet. I'll tell you when to come.
Okay. It's one of the survivors that went down there, I thought. It's like really lagging hard, and that's freaking ridiculous.
Alright, now you can come. Just come in this shack and then go downstairs. Yep. We're gonna have to get out of here real quick though. Did he see you come down here or no?
I don't think so. He was pretty far gone. What's this box back here? Should I get it?
You can, but we might need to get the fuck from out of here.
Yep, he's here. I'm fucked.
Okay. Don't worry. Run down here by my locker. Stay right here.
Right here?
Get in front of my locker.
Oh, fuck.
Bitch.
What the hell did you just do to him?
I just stunned him. He's gonna beat my ass now. Eat my ass, bitch. I fucking get up. Eat it down. Oh my god, this guy is so sweaty. He's chasing me. What a sweaty guy. Jesus Christ. You see what I'm talking about? How toxic? Oh, he wanted to kill me. That's why he chased me. Yep. I'm being murdered now. Feels bad.
Okay, how do I recover?
Wow.
Oh, does someone have to help you up?
Yeah. He's perfect. Well, you. What a sweaty guy. He was so mad. I knew he was. He's just like. He was. So basically, what I just did, there's like a new perk that just came out recently, where you can hide in a locker, and then if you have to do it fast. And so you sit in the locker for like 3 seconds, and then you can jump out and hit the killer with the locker or whatever.
Nice.
He didn't expect it, so that's why he did it. He was trying to stop.
Yeah, he just kept watching me. Oh, what's up, Big Juicy? What's going on, man? Yo, you love this game? Yeah, I just bought this game, dude.
Feels
Please
bad.
give me some rundowns. It feels bad. See, he's chasing somebody right now.
Yeah, this guy, he's like super toxic, so we'll be here for a while.
How you doing, Big Juicy? Yeah, I'm freaking crawling on the ground right now. He ain't going anywhere fast. Ooh, jeez, that scream, bro. Like it came through your mic. That's how loud it was.
Yeah. Feels bad, man. This killer is sweaty. He murdered me.
Yo, Big Juicy, what's up, man? How are you doing?
She might will go off. Okay. She's about to get you up, so be ready.
Alright.
Just run when she gets you up.
Yeah, he's
Run.
right freaking behind her.
Just run the opposite direction.
Oh, well, I fucked it. Definitely did not run the opposite direction.
Or you could just run to the pallet. Oh, wait. Never mind, he wants her. You can heal, just M1, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, just heal.
That's what I'm doing right now.
I don't know why. I don't think this guy is like a smart. Let me see. Lol. What rank is he? Oh, he's rank 13. Oh, he's rank 13.
Good skill check. Come on, I think I get perfect this one.
He's not that smart cookie. I don't know why he.
You're cutting out a little bit. Yeah, it's happening again.
I don't know why he thought he could carry her all the way from the building all the way back to the shack for some reason. Oh,
He must have really wanted to. I don't pick her up.
yeah, he seems like he's like a tryhard. That like he chased me. I didn't expect him to chase me.
Oof.
You really like? Did he not expect her not to wiggle off? He fucked his own self in the ass when he did that.
Oh, fuck. Found him.
You might want to run off. Run to that pallet.
I'm trying to make sure he doesn't see me do it.
Okay. Lol, my dead body. Oof. Okay. Run to her and hit M1 and pull her off those, but you have to hold it.
Yeah, he might be right behind me though.
Oh no, he's not. Just go.
Alright, cool.
Yeah, I'm spectating. Yep. Yay, you're first successful unhook.
Right? I mean, well, I got you earlier. Oh, he's going after someone so hard right now.
Yeah, he wants to moor her. What I would do, look around the map and see, do you see like this door that looks like a sewer hatch? That's what you need to do. Alright, don't go that way, go the other way. Yeah. Let me see, is he gonna hook her? Oh nah, he's going for it full blown. He's looking for you. So try to find the hatch and just hide by it. Never mind, he's coming for you.
I can hear the heartbeat.
Yep,
Oh,
run
yeah.
to that pallet. He saw you. Run to the pallet. No, the pallet. It was the other
The
way.
pallet, the other way.
Yeah, just throw it
I'm
down.
a noob. Oh,
Alright,
yeah.
now get out of his view. He wants the sausage. Oh, you can hop through windows too. What a now.
Oh, yeah.
This guy is so sweaty.
Oh. Just gotta get through this. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Oh, crap. I thought he was gonna see me. Damn it. Oh, it's done. Done. I'm definitely dead. You must be trying to get those damn. Was it missions?
Feels bad, man. This killer was boosted.
Alright.
That wasn't too bad though. You lived longer than me. I'll give you that.
How? Unbelievable. Alright, I'll see you, King. Take it easy, man.
Alright. You
Have
too.
a good night, or a good day. In this case. Take care. Thank you, King. I really appreciate it. I made my freaking night. I'm happy you stayed up and did that. Now I gotta take care of trash and stuff. Back to outside world, you know. Let's see. Alright, I thought I saw my mic blinking at me for a second. And thanks, Juicy. Big Juicy. Thanks for stopping in, dude. Wasn't for long, but you mattered. Love you guys. Thank you for the 50 followers. King was part of that too. Freaking stoked. Everybody gets lasers.